What if the food on your plate has started wars, built empires, and toppled kings? From a single grain of wheat to a pinch of salt, the story of human civilization is really the story of what we chose to eat. This is Luminous Starlight Audiobooks, and this is the complete audiobook of 50 foods that changed the world. Chapter 1. Wheat. The grain that built the ancient world. About 10,000 years ago, somewhere in the hills of what is now southeastern Turkey, a group of hunter-gatherers did something that would alter the trajectory of all human civilization. They stopped moving. They planted seeds, waited, and harvested. The grain they chose was wheat, and the decision to cultivate it sparked an agricultural revolution that eventually produced cities, writing, armies, and everything we call civilization. In a very real sense, every skyscraper, every library, every nation-state is built on a foundation of wheat. From wild grass to world staple. Wild einkorn wheat grew across the Fertile Crescent, a crescent-shaped region stretching from modern-day Iraq through Syria, Lebanon, and Israel. Early farmers noticed that certain plants produced larger, more abundant seeds. Over generations, they selected and replanted these superior specimens, unknowingly conducting the first crop breeding program in history. Within a few thousand years, this selective cultivation produced varieties far more productive than anything found in nature. Wheat became the caloric engine of the ancient world. The implications were staggering. A plot of wheat could feed far more people than the same plot of land could support through hunting and gathering. Surplus food meant that not everyone had to farm. Some people could specialize as priests, soldiers, scribes, or craftsmen. Social hierarchy emerged. Trade began. The first true cities, like Uruk in ancient Mesopotamia, were essentially wheat-powered machines, their populations fed by vast grain stores controlled by temples and palaces. Wheat surplus was wealth, wheat storage was power. Bread, power, and the Roman Empire. The Romans understood wheat's political power with startling clarity. The phrase bread and circuses, attributed to the satirist Juvenal, captured the imperial strategy of keeping the urban poor fed and entertained to prevent rebellion. At its peak, Rome imported enormous quantities of grain from Egypt, North Africa, and Sicily to feed a city of over 1 million people. When this supply chain functioned, Rome was stable. When it faltered, emperors fell. Wheat was so central to Roman identity that their word for civilization, cultura, originally referred to the cultivation of land. To be civilized was, at its root, to be a grain farmer. The Roman legions marched on wheat porridge and hard biscuits called bucellatum. Every conquered province was assessed partly on its capacity to supply grain. Egypt, the most fertile wheat-producing region in the ancient world, was too important to be governed by a senator. It was reserved as the personal property of the emperor himself. The Green Revolution. In the 20th century, wheat became the center of one of the most dramatic interventions in human history. Norman Borlaug, a plant pathologist from Iowa, spent decades in Mexico developing high-yield dwarf wheat varieties that resisted disease, stood upright under the weight of heavy grain heads, and responded explosively to fertilizer. His work spread first to Mexico, then to India and Pakistan, where in the 1960s famine seemed imminent. Within a decade, both countries had achieved wheat self-sufficiency. Borlaug won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1970 for work estimated to have saved 1 billion lives. The Green Revolution he led tripled global wheat harvests between the 1940s and 1990s, buying time for population growth to stabilize in many developing regions. Critics noted the environmental costs, heavy reliance on chemical fertilizers, declining soil health, and loss of agricultural diversity. Both the praise and the criticism contain genuine truth. Wheat in the modern world. Today, wheat is grown on more land than any other crop on Earth. It accounts for roughly 20% of all the calories consumed by humanity. From French baguettes to Ethiopian injera, from Pakistani naan to American sandwich bread, wheat-based foods are woven into the culinary identity of virtually every culture that had significant contact with the ancient Middle East or with European colonialism. New challenges loom on the horizon. Wheat is vulnerable to climate change, drought, and emerging strains of fungal disease such as the UG99 wheat rust, which spread from Uganda and threatens crop losses across Africa and Asia. Meanwhile, the rise of gluten-free diets in wealthy countries, driven partly by genuine celiac disease and partly by fashion, has created a multi-billion-dollar industry around avoiding the very protein that made wheat so valuable to ancient bakers. The grain that launched civilization faces its most complicated era yet. Chapter 2. Salt. The invisible currency that shaped empires. You used it this morning. You will use it again tonight. You probably gave it no more thought than you give to breathing. But for most of human history, salt was among the most valuable substances on Earth, so precious that it served as currency, so strategically important that it determined the rise and fall of cities, and so politically charged that its taxation helped trigger revolutions. The word salary comes from salt. The word source comes from salt. Salt is the invisible foundation upon which much of human civilization was built. The essential mineral. Salt is sodium chloride, and without it, human beings die. The body requires salt to regulate fluid balance, transmit nerve impulses, and contract muscles, including the heart. Our craving for salt is not a bad habit, it is a biological imperative written into our nervous system over millions of years of evolution. Ancient humans got much of their sodium from raw meat and blood. Once cooking became widespread and grain-heavy diets replaced meat-heavy ones, people had to seek salt deliberately. This need drove one of the oldest and most consequential trade networks in human history. Salt also solved another problem that plagued ancient peoples: food spoilage. Before refrigeration, salt was the primary means of preserving meat, fish, and vegetables. Roman soldiers carried salt fish. Viking longboats were loaded with salt cod. The entire herring trade of medieval northern Europe, an industry worth as much as the wool trade, ran on salt from mines in Saxony and solar evaporation ponds along the Atlantic coast. Salt roads and salt wars. The desire for salt shaped geography. Ancient roads were often built to connect population centers with salt sources. The Via Salaria salt road ran from Rome to the Adriatic coast, where salt was harvested from shallow lagoons. In West Africa, enormous trans-Saharan caravans moved salt from deposits in present-day Mali southward, trading it ounce for ounce against gold. The city of Timbuktu grew wealthy as a trading hub at the intersection of these salt and gold routes. Salt was so valuable that control over its production was a source of tremendous political power. Venice grew rich partly through its monopoly on salt harvested from its Adriatic lagoons. France's gabelle, a royal tax on salt, was so despised that it persisted for centuries, contributing to the simmering resentment that eventually boiled over into the French Revolution of 1789. Peasants paid an obligatory minimum salt tax regardless of whether they needed or could afford it. Gandhi's Salt March. In colonial India, the British salt monopoly transformed a basic mineral into a symbol of oppression. The colonial government forbade Indians from collecting or selling salt independently, forcing them to buy government-taxed salt they could otherwise have obtained freely from the sea. In 1930, Mahatma Gandhi identified this salt law as the perfect target for civil disobedience. It was a tax that affected every Indian regardless of religion, caste, or income, and its injustice was immediately obvious. Gandhi walked 240 miles from his ashram to the coastal town of Dandi, accompanied by growing crowds of supporters, and on April 6 reached the sea and picked up a lump of natural salt, an act of deliberate law-breaking that electrified India and horrified British authorities. The Salt March galvanized the independence movement and demonstrated the power of nonviolent resistance. Salt, the most ordinary of substances, had become the emblem of a nation's demand for self-determination. From treasure to afterthought. The industrial extraction of salt, combined with modern refrigeration, has collapsed the price of something that once commanded gold. Today, salt is so cheap and abundant that most of it is used not for eating but for de-icing roads. The average American consumes about 3,400 milligrams of sodium per day, far more than the 2,300 milligrams recommended by health authorities, mostly from processed foods rather than the salt shaker. Yet salt's cultural footprint remains enormous. Words like salary, sauce, sausage, and salad all trace back to the Latin sal. To say someone is worth their salt is to invoke a standard of value that has been obsolete for 2 centuries but still resonates perfectly. The mineral that once defined the boundaries of empires now sits in a shaker on every restaurant table, its extraordinary history as invisible as the sodium in your blood. Chapter 3. Sugar. The sweet poison that built the modern world. Of all the foods in this book, none has a darker history than sugar. It sweetened the tea of English aristocrats and fueled the engine of the Atlantic slave trade. It built fortunes in the Caribbean and broke bodies in the cane fields. It is, in the words of historian Sidney Mintz, the commodity that more than any other shaped the modern world. And its legacy, both sweet and bitter, both economic and bodily, is still very much with us in the diabetes wards and inequality statistics of the 21st century. From luxury to necessity. Sugar cane originated in New Guinea around 8000 BCE and spread slowly westward through Southeast Asia and India, arriving in the Mediterranean world via Arab traders in the early Middle Ages. In medieval Europe, sugar was an exotic spice, used in tiny amounts by the wealthy as medicine, preservative, and condiment. A pound of sugar cost roughly the equivalent of a month's wages for a laborer. Spun into elaborate architectural confections called subtleties at royal banquets, sugar was a display of wealth as much as a food. The transformation of sugar from luxury to staple required a new growing region and a captive labor force. Both arrived in the 15th and 16th centuries when Portuguese and Spanish colonizers established sugar plantations in the Atlantic islands and then the Americas. The Caribbean, with its volcanic soil and tropical climate, proved ideal for sugar cane. The only problem was labor. Cultivating and processing sugar cane is brutally hard work, and indigenous populations had been catastrophically reduced by European disease. Sugar and the slave trade. The solution European colonizers chose was African slavery, and the consequences were catastrophic in scale and enduring in effect. Between the 16th and 19th centuries, roughly 12 million Africans were forcibly transported to the Americas. About 40% of them, nearly 5 million people, went to sugar colonies in Brazil and the Caribbean. The life expectancy of an enslaved person on a sugar plantation was horrifyingly short. Planters calculated that it was cheaper to import new enslaved workers than to improve conditions enough to keep existing ones alive longer. The sugar slave complex generated enormous wealth that flowed back to Europe and funded the Industrial Revolution. The port cities of Bristol and Liverpool grew fat on the profits of the triangle trade. Banking families, merchant houses, and insurers built their fortunes on sugar. The profits of slavery built country houses, funded universities, and seeded the capital that powered industrialization. This connection between sugar, slavery, and industrial capitalism has been extensively documented by historians and remains central to understanding the economic origins of the modern world. Sugar after slavery. When the British Empire abolished slavery in 1833 and other nations followed, the sugar industry did not collapse, it adapted. Plantation owners in the Caribbean received financial compensation from the British government, the enslaved received nothing, and the industry turned to indentured labor from South Asia to replace enslaved African workers. Indian workers came to Trinidad, Guyana, Fiji, Mauritius, and South Africa under contracts that were nominally voluntary but often effectively coercive. This second wave of labor migration created South Asian diaspora communities across the Caribbean and Pacific that persist and thrive today. The Indo-Trinidadian community, the Indo-Fijian community, the Indian South Africans of KwaZulu-Natal, all are the descendants of workers brought to produce sugar after abolition. The crop's insatiable hunger for cheap labor shaped the demographics of entire regions across 3 centuries. The health crisis of our era. After slavery was abolished, sugar continued its conquest of the world's palate, spreading from Victorian English tea to 20th-century American soft drinks to the processed foods that now dominate global diets. The health consequences have been severe and well documented. Obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and tooth decay are all strongly associated with high sugar consumption. The global diabetes epidemic, affecting over 500 million people, is driven substantially by sugar-heavy diets. The food industry has spent decades and hundreds of millions of dollars funding research that cast doubt on sugar's harms and shifted blame to dietary fat, a strategy documented by investigative journalists and public health researchers as deliberately misleading. The sweet white crystal that once adorned the tables of kings has become one of the most significant public health challenges of our era, and the industry that produces it has resisted accountability with the same vigor it once used to resist abolition. Chapter 4. Spices. The flavors that launched the age of exploration. In the 15th century, black pepper was so valuable in Europe that it was used to pay rent, taxes, and dowries. Nutmeg was worth more than gold by weight. The desire for spices drove European explorers to risk death in leaky wooden ships on unknown oceans, and in doing so, they accidentally connected the hemispheres, destroyed indigenous civilizations, and inaugurated the era of globalization we still live in today. The age of exploration was, at its commercial heart, a spice delivery mission. Why spices were worth dying for. The spice trade routes of the ancient world ran from the Spice Islands, the Maluku Islands of present-day Indonesia, westward through India, Persia, and Arabia before reaching the Mediterranean. At every step of this journey, merchants added their margins. By the time a sack of pepper arrived in Venice or Genoa, it had changed hands a dozen times and its price had multiplied accordingly. European merchants who could access spices directly, bypassing the Ottoman Empire and Arab middlemen who controlled the overland routes, stood to make fortunes of incomprehensible size. This was the economic logic behind the voyages of exploration. When Portugal's Vasco da Gama sailed around Africa and reached India in 1498, he was not driven by scientific curiosity, he was driven by pepper. When Columbus sailed west hoping to reach Asia, he was thinking about nutmeg and cloves. The entire European project of oceanic exploration was, at its commercial heart, a spice delivery mission that accidentally discovered continents and permanently altered the trajectory of world history. The Nutmeg Wars. Of all the spices, nutmeg produced some of the most dramatic and violent episodes of the colonial era. Nutmeg grew in only one place on Earth, the tiny Banda Islands in the Indonesian archipelago. The Dutch East India Company, the VOC, then the world's most powerful corporation, was determined to control this supply absolutely. In 1621, the VOC Governor-General Jan Pietersoen Cohen ordered a massacre of the Banda Islands' indigenous population. An estimated 15,000 Bandanese were killed or starved to death. The few survivors were enslaved to work the nutmeg groves. The Dutch then made a remarkable trade in 1667. They swapped a small, malaria-ridden island called Manhattan to the English in exchange for guaranteed control of Run, a tiny Banda island rich in nutmeg. Manhattan was considered the lesser prize at the time. History, needless to say, had other ideas about which parcel of real estate would prove more valuable. The botanical spice. The spice trade's extraordinary value depended on artificial scarcity. The Dutch enforced their monopoly with brutal thoroughness, burning spice trees on islands they did not control and employing inspectors to ensure that no fertile seeds left their territories. For over a century, this strategy worked. Then came Pierre Poivre, a French botanist whose very name means Peter Pepper, who mounted multiple dangerous missions to the Dutch-controlled islands to smuggle nutmeg and clove seedlings. Poivre eventually succeeded, establishing spice plantations on French-controlled islands in the Indian Ocean. The British botanist Joseph Banks, who sailed with James Cook on his first Pacific voyage, similarly promoted the transfer of useful plants between colonies as a matter of imperial strategy. Once multiple growing regions existed, the monopoly collapsed and prices fell dramatically. What had been worth killing for became an ordinary pantry staple, a lesson about the fragility of commodity monopolies that has been relearned repeatedly since. Legacy of the Spice Age. The spice trade's legacy is written in the political geography of the modern world. The Dutch Empire, built substantially on the spice trade, established what became Indonesia, the world's fourth most populous nation and a majority Muslim country of extraordinary cultural and ethnic diversity. The Portuguese spice routes established trading posts from Brazil to Macau, planting the seeds of communities that still speak Portuguese today. British spice and trade interests created the framework of what would become the largest empire in history. Today the Spice Islands, Maluku province in modern Indonesia, remain among the poorest regions in Southeast Asia, a bitter irony given that they were once the most economically desired places on Earth. The spices themselves sell for cents per gram in supermarkets worldwide, their extraordinary history as invisible as the molecules of capsaicin and myristicin that carry their fire and flavor. Chapter 5. Rice. The grain that feeds half the world. Ask a Japanese grandmother, a Bangladeshi farmer, or an Indonesian street vendor what they ate for breakfast, and the answer is almost certainly rice. For more than half the world's population, rice is not merely a food, it is the organizing principle of daily life, the foundation of entire cultures, the subject of religious ceremony, and the measure of prosperity. It has fed more people over more centuries than any other food on earth, and it continues to do so today. Origins in ancient China. Rice was domesticated in the Yangtze River Valley of China around 7000 BCE, making it one of the world's oldest cultivated crops. From China, rice cultivation spread southward through Southeast Asia and westward through India over the following millennia, carried by migrating peoples who brought their agricultural knowledge with them. By 1000 BCE, rice was being grown across a vast arc from Japan to the Indian subcontinent. Arab traders carried it to Persia and East Africa. Portuguese colonizers introduced it to Brazil in the early 16th century. The cultivation of wet paddy rice flooding fields to create the distinctive terraced paddies seen across Asia was a remarkable agricultural innovation that transformed landscapes on a massive scale. The rice terraces of Bali, the Philippines, and Yunnan province in China, some of them over 2,000 years old, are engineering achievements comparable in their way to any medieval cathedral, representing generations of accumulated hydrological knowledge and cooperative labor. Rice, population, and power in Asia. Rice's extraordinary caloric productivity, a paddy field yields more food per acre than almost any other staple crop, allowed East and Southeast Asian populations to grow to densities that would have been impossible on wheat or millet alone. Historians have argued that the intensive, cooperative labor required to maintain irrigation systems and flood paddies also shaped the social organization of rice-growing cultures, fostering collective values and elaborate systems of mutual obligation. Whether or not rice shaped culture, culture certainly shaped rice. In Japan, rice was so central to national identity that the emperor traditionally planted and harvested a symbolic rice plot, a ritual that continues today. The Japanese word for cooked rice, gohan, also means meal in general. In Chinese, the question "have you eaten rice yet?" serves as a general greeting equivalent to "how are you?" A linguistic fossil of rice's total centrality to daily life that persists in contemporary usage. Enslaved labor and Carolina gold. Rice's journey to the Americas carries a history that is both remarkable and troubling. English colonists in South Carolina struggled to grow rice until enslaved Africans from the rice-growing regions of present-day Sierra Leone and Senegal, known to planters as the Rice Coast, arrived with both the agricultural knowledge and the practical skills to make the crop work in the Carolina Lowcountry. The Carolina rice economy was built entirely on African expertise, coerced through slavery. Carolina gold rice became one of the most valuable exports of the colonial American South. The wealth it generated built Charleston's elegant architecture, funded the education of planter-class children, and created a planter aristocracy whose political influence shaped the early American Republic. The enslaved people whose knowledge and labor created this wealth received nothing but their suffering. Efforts to revive Carolina gold as a specialty crop in the 21st century have been accompanied, in some cases, by attempts to acknowledge and reckon with this history. Rice in the modern world. Today rice feeds roughly 3 billion people daily and is grown on every inhabited continent. The Green Revolution varieties developed by the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines dramatically increased yields but also required heavy inputs of water, fertilizer, and pesticide, contributing to environmental degradation in major rice-growing regions. A new generation of rice research focuses on drought-tolerant and flood-tolerant varieties suitable for the more extreme weather patterns expected with climate change. Golden rice, a genetically modified variety engineered to produce beta-carotene, which the body converts to vitamin A, has been at the center of one of the most contentious debates in food and agricultural science for over 2 decades. Proponents argue it could prevent hundreds of thousands of cases of childhood blindness in rice-dependent regions where vitamin A deficiency is common. Opponents raise concerns about genetic modification and corporate control of the food supply. The debate around golden rice encapsulates many of the deepest tensions in 21st century food politics. Chapter 6. Potatoes. The underground revolution that fed a continent. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the Andes in the 16th century, they encountered an extraordinary civilization built partly on a food they had never seen. The Inca Empire grew hundreds of varieties of a lumpy, starchy tuber in the high mountain valleys of South America. The Spanish brought some back to Europe with little fanfare. 2 centuries later, that modest tuber would save millions of lives, and its failure would cause one of history's worst famines and reshape the demographics of 2 continents. The Andean origins. Potatoes were domesticated in the Andes Mountains of South America between 8,000 and 10,000 years ago. Andean farmers developed extraordinary horticultural sophistication, cultivating over 3,000 varieties adapted to different altitudes, climates, and soils. The Inca developed a technique called chuno, freeze-drying potatoes in the cold mountain nights and drying them in the sun to create a preserved food that could be stored for years. This innovation allowed the Inca Empire to feed massive armies and urban populations and to survive crop failures that would have devastated less prepared civilizations. The Spanish brought potato seeds back to Europe in the 1570s, but adoption was slow. Europeans were suspicious of this strange underground vegetable. Some believed it caused leprosy. Others associated it with the potato plant's toxic green berries, which do contain solanine and are genuinely poisonous. For nearly 2 centuries, Europeans grew potatoes as ornamental plants but largely declined to eat them. Royal propaganda and peasant adoption. The potato's European breakthrough came partly through royal decree and creative propaganda. Frederick the Great of Prussia, recognizing that potatoes could feed more people per acre than grain and were harder for enemy armies to destroy, "You cannot burn underground tubers the way you can burn a wheat field," ordered his peasants to grow them. When his subjects resisted the unfamiliar crop, Frederick reportedly posted guards around his royal potato gardens and then quietly ordered them to look the other way, calculating that peasants would steal something obviously worth guarding. In Ireland, the potato's adoption was driven by necessity. The Irish poor, living on tiny plots of land under a colonial land system that exported most Irish-grown grain to England, found that potatoes could be grown in poor soil, produced enormous yields, and provided essentially complete nutrition. By the early 19th century, the Irish rural poor were eating little else, up to 14 pounds of potatoes per person per day, supplemented by buttermilk. An entire nation had come to depend on a single crop. The Great Famine. This dependence created catastrophic vulnerability. In 1845, a water mold called Phytophthora infestans, potato blight, arrived in Ireland from North America, where it had been transported in shipments of seed potatoes. It spread with terrifying speed, turning fields of healthy green plants to black, rotting slime almost overnight. The Irish potato crop failed in 1845, partially recovered in 1846, then failed catastrophically again from 1846 to 1852. The resulting famine killed approximately 1 million people and drove another million to emigrate, primarily to the United States. In a decade, Ireland's population fell by 25%. The British government's response, continuing to export food from Ireland during the famine while providing inadequate relief, is remembered in Ireland as a defining national trauma and, by many historians, as a deliberate policy failure amounting to criminal negligence. The Irish diaspora created by the famine permanently transformed American cities like Boston, New York, and Chicago. The potato today. Today the potato is the world's fourth most important food crop after wheat, rice, and corn. It is grown in over 100 countries and consumed in extraordinary variety: boiled, fried, mashed, roasted, fermented into vodka, and processed into crisps that are eaten on every continent. The International Potato Center in Lima, Peru, maintains a gene bank of over 4,000 potato varieties, including many Andean cultivars with flavors, colors, and nutritional profiles completely unknown to most of the world. The potato blight that destroyed the Irish crop in the 1840s, Phytophthora infestans, has never been eradicated. Modern potato farming depends heavily on fungicides to control it, contributing to the chemical load of industrial agriculture. Researchers are developing blight-resistant potato varieties using both conventional breeding and genetic modification, hoping to reduce this chemical dependency while protecting a crop that remains essential to food security in dozens of countries. Chapter 7. Coffee. The drink that woke up the world. Before coffee, Europeans drank alcohol almost constantly, beer for breakfast, wine with every meal, because water was too often contaminated to drink safely. Then, in the 17th century, coffee arrived from the Arab world, and sober, alert minds suddenly had a place to gather and think. What happened next was the intellectual revolution we call the Enlightenment, and some historians argue, provocatively but not absurdly, that coffee deserves partial credit for it. From Ethiopian highlands to Arab coffee houses. Coffee originated in the highlands of Ethiopia, where the coffee plant, Coffea arabica, still grows wild. According to legend, a goat herder named Kaldi noticed his animals dancing energetically after eating berries from a certain tree and brought them to a local monastery, where monks made a drink that kept them alert through their long evening prayers. Whatever the truth of this story, coffee was being cultivated and drunk in Yemen by the 15th century, where Sufi monks prized it for enabling nocturnal devotions. From Yemen, coffee spread through the Arab world with remarkable speed. By the early 16th century, coffee houses, kahvehkhane, had appeared in cities across the Ottoman Empire. These establishments were something genuinely new in the world, public spaces where men gathered not to worship or trade but simply to talk. They became centers of gossip, chess, music, and intellectual debate. Ottoman authorities periodically tried to close them, correctly perceiving them as hotbeds of seditious discussion that challenged established hierarchies. The coffee house and the Enlightenment. When coffee reached Europe in the 17th century, coffee houses appeared in every major city with extraordinary speed. London had over 2,000 coffee houses by 1700. They were democratic spaces, men of different classes could sit side by side for the price of a penny admission, and they buzzed with intellectual energy. Edward Lloyd's Coffee House became Lloyd's of London, the world's oldest insurance market. Jonathan's Coffee House evolved into the London Stock Exchange. The French café culture that nurtured Enlightenment thinkers like Voltaire and Rousseau grew up around coffee. The practical effect of replacing ale with coffee at breakfast should not be underestimated. A population that switched from mildly intoxicating morning beverages to a stimulant was a more alert, focused, and productive population. Whether this sobriety directly caused the Enlightenment or simply coincided with it, the coffee house as a physical space affordable, intellectually stimulating, open to men of different backgrounds, was genuinely novel and consequential. Coffee's global empire. The Dutch, with characteristic commercial aggression, smuggled coffee plants out of Arab Yemen, where export of fertile beans was forbidden, and established plantations in Java and Ceylon in the early 18th century. The French brought coffee to the Caribbean. Brazil received its first coffee plants smuggled out of French Guiana in 1727 by a Portuguese military officer who reportedly charmed the French governor's wife and received the seedlings as a parting gift. Whether or not this romantic story is accurate, Brazil went on to become the world's largest coffee producer by the 19th century, a position it has never relinquished. Brazilian coffee production in the 19th and early 20th centuries relied heavily on enslaved African labor and later on Italian and Japanese immigrant workers under conditions that were often exploitative. The sprawling coffee estates of São Paulo state generated enormous wealth that financed Brazil's early industrialization. Coffee was to Brazil what sugar was to the Caribbean, the commodity that defined the national economy and the labor conditions that produced it. Coffee today. Today coffee is the second most traded commodity in the world after crude oil, and over 2 billion cups are consumed daily across every country on Earth. The rise of specialty coffee culture in the early 21st century, with single-origin beans traced to specific farms, processed through specific methods, and brewed to precise temperatures, has created an artisanal economy around a beverage that simultaneously fuels the most demanding professional environments on Earth. Climate change threatens coffee production significantly. Coffea arabica is sensitive to temperature and rainfall patterns. The ideal growing conditions, moderate temperatures, adequate rainfall, specific altitudes, are shifting in most major coffee-producing regions. Researchers are working to develop heat-tolerant coffee varieties and to document wild coffee species in Ethiopia that may carry valuable genetic traits. The drink that helped wake up the Enlightenment may be facing its own reckoning with the consequences of the industrial civilization that Enlightenment thinking helped create. Chapter 8. Tea. The leaf that stirred revolutions. Tea is the most consumed beverage on Earth after water, and it arrived at that position through a combination of accident, addiction, colonial violence, and geopolitical maneuvering that makes its history one of the most dramatic of any food. From the gardens of Tang Dynasty China to Boston Harbor, from the Opium Wars of the 19th century to the independence of India, tea has been entangled with the largest events of the past 1,000 years. Tea in China, medicine, ritual, and identity. Tea was discovered, according to Chinese legend, by the Emperor Shennong in 2737 BCE when leaves from a wild tea bush blew into his pot of boiling water. However the discovery actually occurred, tea was being consumed in China by the Tang Dynasty, 618 to 907 CE, when the poet Lu Yu wrote the Cha Jing or Classic of Tea, the world's first dedicated work on tea cultivation and preparation. Tea became central to Chinese culture, philosophy, and trade. The Tang and Song dynasties developed elaborate tea ceremonies that treated the preparation and drinking of tea as a meditative art form. China held a virtual global monopoly on tea production for centuries, and the Chinese government guarded the secrets of tea cultivation jealously. Foreigners were forbidden from tea-growing regions. The penalty for teaching tea cultivation to outsiders was said to be death. This monopoly would eventually prove impossible to sustain against the determined commercial ambitions of European colonial powers, but for several centuries it held, making tea one of the most valuable exports in the world. Tea, opium, and the British Empire. The British East India Company developed an insatiable market for Chinese tea in 18th century Britain. Tea consumption increased 30-fold between 1701 and 1801, but faced a fundamental problem. China wanted silver in exchange for tea, and Britain was draining its treasury to pay for it. The company's solution was opium, grown in British-controlled India, which it began smuggling into China illegally in enormous quantities. By the 1830s, the trade had created millions of Chinese addicts and reversed the balance of trade dramatically. When China's government attempted to stop the opium trade, Britain went to war twice in the Opium Wars of 1839-42 and 1856-60, forcing China at gunpoint to accept the drug trade and ceding Hong Kong to British control. The humiliation of these wars marked the beginning of what Chinese historians call the Century of Humiliation, a period of foreign exploitation that shapes Chinese national consciousness and foreign policy to this day. The root cause was tea. The botanical heist. Determined to break China's tea monopoly, the British East India Company commissioned Scottish botanist Robert Fortune to travel through Chinese tea-growing regions in disguise, posing as a Chinese merchant to gather tea plants, seeds, and the knowledge of expert tea workers. Fortune made multiple trips between 1848 and 1851, smuggling thousands of tea plants and seedlings, packed in the newly invented Wardian cases, sealed glass terrariums that protected plants during long sea voyages, and eventually bringing 8 expert Chinese tea workers to Darjeeling to establish the Indian industry. This audacious industrial espionage succeeded beyond all expectations. Indian tea production grew from nothing in the 1850s to surpassing Chinese exports to Britain by the 1880s. The Assam and Darjeeling plantations produced teas that British consumers came to prefer, and the British-controlled supply chain was far more reliable than the Chinese trade had been. The Great Tea Heist reshaped the global beverage industry permanently. Tea and the world today. Today India is one of the world's largest tea producers and consumers, and chai, spiced milk tea, is woven into Indian daily life as completely as it is into British. In Britain, tea remains the defining national beverage, consumed at a rate of roughly 60 billion cups per year. The builder's tea of the British working class, strong, milky, sweet, is as culturally distinctive as the delicate green teas of Japanese tea ceremony. Specialty tea culture has experienced a renaissance in recent decades, with single-origin teas from specific estates commanding prices that rival fine wine. Meanwhile, climate change is affecting tea production across Asia. Darjeeling's distinctive muscatel character, produced by a combination of altitude, temperature, and the feeding of a specific insect, is changing as temperatures rise. The leaf that stirred revolutions and built empires faces, like so many foods in this book, a future shaped by the consequences of the industrial civilization it helped finance. Chapter 9. Corn, Maize. America's gift that fed the world. Corn is arguably the most successful plant in human history, measured by how thoroughly it has remade both the landscape and the diet of the entire world. It was bred from a scraggly wild grass called teosinte by indigenous Mexican farmers 9,000 years ago, and today it covers more acres of the Earth's surface than any other crop. It is in the soda you drink, the fuel in your car, the feed for the animals you eat, and the syrup in almost every processed food in your supermarket. Corn is everywhere. Mesoamerican origins and the corn mother. The domestication of corn, maize, from its wild ancestor teosinte is one of the most remarkable agricultural achievements in human history. Teosinte produces a handful of tiny, hard kernels on a small ear. Modern corn produces hundreds of large, nutritious kernels on ears up to a foot long. The transformation required thousands of years of careful selection by indigenous Mesoamerican farmers and involved genetic changes so extensive that early botanists did not recognize teosinte as corn's ancestor at all. For the peoples of Mesoamerica and North America, corn was not simply a food, it was a sacred being. The Mayan creation myth in the Popol Vuh describes the gods creating humanity from corn dough after failed experiments with mud and wood. The corn mother appears in the myths of dozens of North American peoples as a divine figure who sacrifices herself to nourish humanity. This spiritual relationship with corn shaped entire civilizations and persists in attenuated form in the agricultural ceremonies of Pueblo and other native communities today. Nixtamalization, the secret technique. One of the most important and least known facts about corn is that eating it without proper processing causes pellagra, a niacin deficiency disease that produces terrible symptoms and, if untreated, death. Indigenous Mesoamerican peoples had discovered millennia earlier that treating corn with an alkaline solution, wood ash or lime water, in a process called nixtamalization releases niacin and other nutrients that are otherwise biologically unavailable. This process is why tortillas and tamales are nutritionally complete foods while plain cornmeal porridge is not. When corn spread to Europe and Africa after 1492, European and African adopters didn't know about nixtamalization. They simply boiled or ground corn and ate it. The result, over generations, was devastating outbreaks of pellagra across parts of Italy, Romania, Spain, and the American South, killing tens of thousands and leaving many more with chronic illness. The ignorance of a single processing step transformed a life-sustaining staple into a disease vector. Nixtamalization is now standard in commercial corn processing, but the episode illustrates the invisible knowledge that is embedded in indigenous food traditions. Corn goes global. After Columbus brought corn back to Spain in 1493, it spread around the world with remarkable speed, reaching China, Africa, and the Ottoman Empire within decades. Its ability to grow in poor soil where wheat and rice would fail made it a lifesaver for poor farmers across Africa and southern Europe. In parts of rural West Africa, corn became a primary staple, transforming agriculture and enabling population growth in regions where existing crops were less productive. In China, corn's introduction in the 16th century allowed cultivation of hilly, dryland areas previously unsuitable for rice or millet, contributing to a major expansion of the cultivated area and supporting China's dramatic population growth in the 17th through 19th centuries. Some historians have argued that corn, along with the sweet potato and peanut, also American crops, was a key driver of China's Qing dynasty population explosion. The Columbian Exchange, the transfer of plants and animals between the Old and New Worlds after 1492, transformed global agriculture, and corn was its most consequential vegetable element. King corn and industrial agriculture. In the 20th century, American corn was transformed by hybridization, chemical fertilizers, and industrial farming into a commodity of almost incomprehensible scale. The United States now grows roughly 14 billion bushels of corn per year on 90 million acres of land. Most of this corn goes not to direct human consumption but to animal feed, ethanol production, and the manufacture of high-fructose corn syrup. Journalist Michael Pollan's observation that Americans are essentially walking corn is literally true. Stable isotope analysis shows that the carbon in American bodies comes disproportionately from corn, eaten either directly or through corn-fed animal products. Industrial corn farming has been associated with serious environmental problems, nitrogen runoff creating dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico, soil degradation, and the loss of agricultural diversity. The crop that ancient Mexicans spent millennia perfecting has been re-engineered as an industrial input, and the consequences are still being tallied. Chapter 10. Chocolate. The divine drink that crossed oceans. The Aztecs called it the food of the gods. Spanish conquistadors brought it back to Europe as a bitter, frothy drink that the aristocracy quickly became addicted to. Enlightenment-era doctors prescribed it as medicine. Victorian manufacturers transformed it into a solid confection that brought pleasure to the industrial masses. Today, chocolate is a $20 billion global industry, and the cacao tree's journey from the sacred groves of Mesoamerica to the candy bars of a Tokyo convenience store is one of the most remarkable stories in food history. Sacred origins in Mesoamerica. Cacao, the source of chocolate, was cultivated in Mesoamerica at least as far back as 1900 BCE. For Mesoamerican cultures including the Maya and Aztec, cacao was far more than food. It was sacred, associated with the feathered serpent deity Quetzalcoatl, used in religious ceremonies, and consumed as a frothy, bitter beverage mixed with chili, vanilla, and other spices. Cacao beans were valuable enough to use as currency. Surviving Aztec records show that a small rabbit cost 30 beans, a turkey egg cost 3, and a fully dressed slave cost 100. The Aztec word for the beverage made from cacao, xocolotl, became chocolate in Spanish and then spread through every European language. The Maya word cacao became cacao and eventually cocoa. In both its names and its substance, chocolate carried the New World into European culture with a force that few other foods could match. Chocolate crosses the Atlantic. The Spanish initially found the Aztec chocolate drink unpleasant, bitter and greasy. But they experimented, adding sugar and warming the drink rather than serving it cold, and soon developed a taste that they brought back to Spain in the mid-16th century. Spanish chocolate was a state secret for nearly a century. The Spanish court knew it had something valuable and tried to keep the formula to themselves. Eventually the secret leaked, and by the mid-17th century, fashionable chocolate houses were operating across Europe. The Industrial Revolution transformed chocolate from liquid to solid. In 1828, Dutch chemist Coenraad van Houten invented a press that removed much of the fat from cacao, creating a powder that dissolved easily in water, the origin of cocoa powder. This innovation enabled J.S. Fry & Sons to produce the first solid chocolate bar in 1847. Cadbury, Nestlé, and Lindt followed rapidly. Chocolate became democratized, available to ordinary working people as an affordable treat, a transformation from sacred royal beverage to penny candy that took 3 centuries. The child labor problem. The modern chocolate industry casts a long shadow. West Africa, primarily Ivory Coast and Ghana, produces roughly 60% of the world's cacao. Investigations by journalists and human rights organizations have documented widespread use of child labor on cacao farms in the region, with hundreds of thousands of children working in hazardous conditions for little or no pay, many of them trafficked from neighboring countries. The major chocolate companies Maize, Nestlé, Hershey, Ferrero, Mondelez have repeatedly made and broken pledges to eliminate child labor from their supply chains, most recently a 2001 industry commitment that promised eradication by 2005, then 2008, then 2010, with subsequent deadlines similarly missed. The structural reasons are clear. Cocoa prices are kept low by the oligopoly of large buyers, making it economically impossible for smallholder farmers to pay adult wages without dramatically increasing cocoa prices. The future of chocolate. Climate change threatens cacao production significantly. The crop requires specific temperature and humidity conditions found in a narrow tropical belt, and projections suggest that suitable growing areas in West Africa could shrink dramatically by mid-century as temperatures rise and rainfall patterns shift. The chocolate industry is investing in research into heat-tolerant cacao varieties and in agroforestry, growing cacao under the shade of taller trees rather than in open-sun monocultures, which improves resilience, sequesters carbon, and supports biodiversity simultaneously. In laboratories around the world, food scientists are working on lab-grown chocolate cacao cells cultivated in bioreactors without the need for tropical agriculture at all. The first commercial products are still years away, but the possibility of chocolate produced entirely outside the tropical supply chain, with none of the child labor, deforestation, or climate vulnerability that plague conventional production, represents a potential revolution for one of the world's most beloved foods. Whether consumers will embrace a cacao-less chocolate, and whether such a product could truly replace the extraordinary complexity of fermented, roasted, and conched cacao, remains to be seen. The food of the gods has always surprised us before. Chapter 11. Olive oil. Liquid gold of the Mediterranean. The ancient Greeks had a creation myth about their city. Athena and Poseidon competed for patronage of the great city by each offering a gift. Poseidon struck his trident on a rock and produced a spring of salt water. Athena struck the earth and produced an olive tree. The Athenians judged Athena's gift more valuable and named their city for her. That olive tree, growing on the Acropolis, was said to have survived the Persian burning of Athens. In the mythology of Mediterranean civilization, olive oil has remained liquid gold ever since. 6,000 years of cultivation. The olive tree, Alia europaea, was domesticated in the eastern Mediterranean roughly 6,000 years ago, probably in what is now Syria or Palestine. It is one of the most demanding and rewarding of all agricultural plants. It grows slowly, taking decades to reach full production, but once established, an olive tree can live and produce fruit for thousands of years. Trees documented in the Garden of Gethsemane in Jerusalem are believed to be over 2,000 years old, conceivably growing in the same soil where biblical events occurred. The Phoenicians spread olive cultivation westward across the Mediterranean, establishing groves in North Africa, Spain, and what is now France. The Greeks and then the Romans systematized olive agriculture on an industrial scale. The Roman agricultural writer Columella described in precise detail the proper cultivation, harvesting, and pressing of olives, techniques not fundamentally different from those used by traditional producers today. Olive groves were a form of durable capital investment, planted by one generation for the benefit of the next. Oil of anointing, light, and power. In the ancient Mediterranean world, olive oil was far more than food. It was fuel for lamps, the primary source of artificial light in the ancient world. It was the medium for perfume and cosmetics. It was used to anoint kings, priests, and athletes. The word Christ derives from the Greek Christus, meaning the anointed one, and Messiah in Hebrew carries the same meaning. Olympic athletes in ancient Greece rubbed themselves with olive oil before competition and had it scraped off with a curved implement called a strigil after their contests. The resulting mixture of oil, sweat, and dirt was considered so valuable that it was sold as medicine. Control of olive oil was a major source of wealth and power. The Linear B tablets of Mycenaean Greece, among the oldest documents in the Greek language, are largely records of olive oil production and distribution, suggesting that palace economies ran substantially on olive oil as a currency and trade commodity. The Mediterranean diet. Today Spain produces roughly half of the world's olive oil, followed by Italy and Greece. The global olive oil market is worth over $10 billion and has grown substantially as health research has elevated olive oil status from mere cooking fat to a cornerstone of healthy eating. The Mediterranean diet, high in olive oil, vegetables, fish, legumes, and whole grains, is consistently ranked among the healthiest in the world, associated with lower rates of heart disease, cancer, cognitive decline, and all-cause mortality. The health benefits appear to be driven largely by olive oil's high content of oleic acid, a monounsaturated fat, and polyphenols, antioxidant compounds that are concentrated in extra virgin olive oil but largely absent from more refined oils. The distinction matters enormously. Extra virgin olive oil, produced by cold pressing olives without chemical treatment, retains these beneficial compounds. Refined olive oil, treated with heat and chemicals, does not. The difference in health benefit between these two products sold under the same general name is one of the more important and underappreciated distinctions in the modern food system. The fraud problem. Olive oil's prestige has also made it a target for one of the most lucrative food fraud operations in the world. Italian investigators have documented widespread adulteration. Cheaper oils including sunflower, hazelnut, and soybean oil, dyed with chlorophyll and sold as extra virgin olive oil at premium prices. Tom Mueller's investigative book on the subject found that a substantial proportion of olive oil sold in American supermarkets labeled as Italian extra virgin was neither Italian, nor extra virgin, nor sometimes even olive oil. The fraud is difficult to detect without sophisticated chemical analysis, and enforcement has historically been lax. Efforts to improve olive oil authentication include DNA testing to verify geographic origin, chemical fingerprinting to detect adulteration, and blockchain-based supply chain tracking. The liquid gold of antiquity has become the subject of modern criminal enterprise, a reminder that premium food products will always attract those willing to profit from consumer trust. Chapter 12. Bananas. The fruit that bent governments. In the early 20th century, a single American fruit company had more power in Central America than most of the governments of Central America. It owned the land, the railroads, the ports, and the telegraph lines. When governments displeased it, it helped overthrow them. When workers struck, it called in the U.S. Marines. The fruit at the center of this astonishing story was the banana, and its history is a case study in how a single commodity can distort an entire region's politics, economy, and future for generations. Origins and global spread. Bananas were domesticated in New Guinea and Southeast Asia around 8,000 years ago, making them one of the world's oldest cultivated fruits. From their Southeast Asian origins, bananas spread westward through trade and migration, reaching India, East Africa, and the Arab world well before the Common Era. Arab traders introduced bananas to West Africa. Portuguese sailors brought them to the Americas in the early 16th century, where they adapted quickly to the tropical conditions of the Caribbean and Central America. For most of their agricultural history, bananas were local foods, perishable, seasonal, and consumed close to where they were grown. The banana's transformation into a global commodity required refrigerated shipping, developed in the late 19th century, and an extremely aggressive American company determined to supply North American and European consumers with a year-round supply of cheap tropical fruit at prices that required near-total control of land, labor, and government. The United Fruit Company and Banana Republics. The United Fruit Company, founded in 1899 through a merger of various Central American banana operations, became one of the most powerful corporations in history. At its peak, it owned 3 million acres of land across 7 countries, operated its own railroad network longer than most of those countries' government railways, ran a private telegraph service, and wielded political influence that made it effectively a state within states. The term banana republic, now a casual pejorative for any corrupt, unstable developing nation, was coined to describe the countries the United Fruit Company dominated. The company's influence over these governments was not metaphorical. In 1954, the company lobbied the U.S. government to overthrow Guatemala's democratically elected president Jacobo Arbenz, who had implemented land reform that threatened the company's vast holdings. The CIA orchestrated a coup that installed a military dictatorship, the beginning of decades of political violence in Guatemala that killed hundreds of thousands of people. The Gros Michel and the first extinction. There is a melancholy irony in the history of the banana most North Americans ate in the early 20th century. The Gros Michel Big Mike was described by those who ate it as far more flavorful than the banana available today, creamier, sweeter, with a richer aroma. It was the standard commercial banana worldwide. Then, in the 1950s and 1960s, the Gros Michel was wiped out by a fungal disease called Panama disease, Fusarium oxysporum cubans, which swept through Central American plantations with unstoppable efficiency. The industry replaced the Gros Michel with the Cavendish variety, the banana you eat today, which was resistant to that particular strain of Panama disease. The transition was essentially invisible to most consumers, who had no memory of the Gros Michel. But people who had eaten both reported that the Cavendish was a pale substitute, which is why, some food historians suggest, banana-flavored candies and artificial banana flavoring taste different from real bananas. They were formulated to taste like the Gros Michel. The next extinction? A new strain of Panama disease, tropical race 4, is now moving through Cavendish plantations worldwide and threatening to repeat history. Confirmed in Taiwan in the 1990s, it has since spread through Asia, Australia, the Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. The banana industry, which grows essentially one genetic clone of one variety across millions of acres, has almost no genetic diversity to resist the disease. Researchers are racing to develop resistant varieties, either through conventional breeding with wild banana relatives or through genetic modification. The wild banana gene pool, maintained at research stations and in wild populations in Southeast Asia, contains resistance genes that could potentially save the commercial banana. But the economics of banana production, which demand uniform fruit that ships well and ripens on schedule, make adopting new varieties enormously difficult. The future of the world's most popular fruit is genuinely uncertain, a reminder that monoculture agriculture, however efficient in the short term, carries catastrophic long-term risks. Chapter 13. Fermented Foods. How Rot Became a Recipe for Civilization. Bread, beer, wine, cheese, yogurt, vinegar, miso, kimchi, soy sauce. What do all these foods have in common? They are all the products of controlled rot of microorganisms consuming sugars and proteins and transforming them into something new. Fermentation is probably the oldest food technology in human history, predating agriculture in some forms, and without it, the course of human civilization would have been radically different. We owe our cities, our medicine, and arguably our very survival to the invisible labor of microbes. The accidental discovery. Fermentation was almost certainly discovered by accident, thousands of years before humans understood what was happening at the microbial level. Fruit left in a warm place ferments naturally, grain soaked in water begins to sprout and then sour. The first beers and wines were probably discovered when someone tasted the liquid from a container of overripe fruit or water-soaked grain and found it both palatable and interestingly mind-altering. The first leavened bread was likely the product of wild yeast that drifted into a grain paste and caused it to rise. Once discovered, fermentation was developed with remarkable sophistication by ancient peoples. The Sumerians of ancient Mesopotamia had hymns to Ninkasi, the goddess of beer, that doubled as brewing recipes, the world's oldest known recipe for any food. The ancient Egyptians had professional bakers and brewers operating at industrial scale to provision pyramid workers. Chinese fermentation traditions, producing soy sauce, rice wine, and preserved vegetables, date back at least 3,000 years. Beer and the birth of civilization. Some historians have argued, provocatively, that the desire for beer, not bread, drove the transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural society. The argument, grain must be grown and stored in quantity to ensure a reliable beer supply. Settled agricultural communities are required to grow and store grain, therefore, beer may have preceded and helped cause civilization. The evidence for this specific claim is debated, but it is certainly true that beer and bread developed together and that both were central to the earliest complex societies. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, beer was nutritious, relatively safe to drink compared to contaminated water, and an important source of calories, containing B vitamins, amino acids, and minerals. Workers on the pyramids and ziggurats received daily rations of bread and beer as compensation. Beer was democratic in a way that wine was not. It could be brewed from cheap grains rather than expensive grapes, making it available to ordinary people who could not afford the luxury of viticulture. Pasteur's revolution. For most of human history, fermentation was understood through supernatural or mystical frameworks. Wine went bad because the gods were displeased, good cheese required certain prayers or rituals, successful bread depended on the baker's virtue. Louis Pasteur's germ theory of the 1860s, developed partly through his work on fermentation, revolutionized not just food science but all of medicine. By demonstrating that fermentation was caused by specific microorganisms, Pasteur laid the groundwork for the understanding of infectious disease and the development of vaccines. Pasteur's work also led directly to pasteurization, the heating of food and drink to kill harmful bacteria, which made industrially produced milk, beer, and wine dramatically safer. Before pasteurization, contaminated milk was a major killer of infants in cities. The application of microbial science to fermentation transformed it from an art governed by tradition into an industry governed by chemistry, enabling the mass production of beer, wine, cheese, and preserved foods at scales that would have been unimaginable to ancient brewers. Fermentation's modern renaissance. Today fermented foods have undergone a remarkable cultural renaissance. The discovery that fermented foods nourish beneficial gut bacteria, the microbiome, has elevated kimchi, kefir, kombucha, miso, and sourdough from ethnic specialties or health food curiosities to subjects of serious scientific research and mainstream culinary fashion. Studies suggest that diverse gut microbiomes are associated with better immune function, mental health, and protection against chronic disease, and fermented foods are among the best dietary sources of beneficial microbes. The sourdough revival that swept through home kitchens during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns of 2020 was, in retrospect, not merely a hobby but a return to something ancient, the maintenance of a living microbial culture as a form of connection to tradition, biology, and the slow rhythms of fermentation that have sustained human civilization for 10,000 years. Chapter 14. Cattle and Beef. The animal that reshaped continents. Cattle have been central to human civilization for 10,000 years as draft animals that broke the soil for crops, as sources of milk, leather, and dung for fuel, and as symbols of wealth so universal that the word for money in multiple languages derives from the Latin word for cattle. Today, beef is the world's third most consumed meat. Cattle occupy more of the Earth's land surface than any other livestock, and the consequences of our beef habit are reshaping the planet's climate in ways that ancient herders could never have imagined. Domestication and the agricultural revolution. Cattle were domesticated from wild aurochs, an enormous, fierce bovine species, in the Middle East around 10,000 years ago, with possible independent domestications in India and Africa shortly after. The aurochs was a formidable animal. Julius Caesar described them as nearly as large as elephants, extremely aggressive, and impossible to tame. The domesticated cattle that descended from them were smaller, more docile, and extraordinarily useful. The last wild aurochs died in a Polish forest in 1627. The use of cattle as draft animals was transformative for agriculture. An ox could plough much more land than a human could dig, enabling the cultivation of heavy clay soils that had previously been impossible to farm. This expansion of cultivable land supported larger populations and produced food surpluses that enabled the social complexity of early states. The plough drawn by oxen is one of the pivotal technologies of ancient civilization, as fundamental in its way as the wheel. Cattle as currency and culture. In many societies, cattle were wealth itself. The Latin pecunia, money, derives from pecus, meaning cattle. In much of sub-Saharan Africa, cattle are still the primary form of wealth storage and the medium for bride wealth payments, social obligations, and political relationships. The Zulu, Maasai, Dinka, and many other African peoples built entire cultures around cattle, measuring status in head of cattle, structuring marriage and alliance around cattle exchanges, and developing elaborate knowledge systems around cattle care and breeding. In Hindu tradition, cattle, particularly cows, are sacred. The prohibition on beef eating in Hindu culture has been a source of political and religious tension in the Indian subcontinent for centuries, contributing to communal violence between Hindus and Muslims that accompanied the partition of India in 1947. Hindu nationalist politicians in contemporary India have made cow protection a political issue, and violence against people suspected of transporting or slaughtering cattle has become a disturbing feature of the political landscape. Beef and the planet. The global beef industry is one of the most environmentally destructive forces on the planet. Cattle ranching is the leading driver of deforestation in the Amazon basin, where vast areas of forest have been cleared to create pasture. Cattle produce methane, a greenhouse gas roughly 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period, in enormous quantities through their digestive process. The entire livestock sector accounts for roughly 14 to 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions, with beef responsible for the largest share. Producing 1 kilogram of beef requires approximately 15,000 liters of water and generates roughly 60 kilograms of greenhouse gas emissions, compared to about 3 kilograms of emissions for 1 kilogram of chicken and less than 1 kilogram for most plant-based proteins. The environmental case for reducing beef consumption is overwhelming by almost any metric. Yet beef consumption continues to rise in the developing world as incomes increase, because the desire for meat, long associated with prosperity and festivity across cultures, is one of the most reliable consequences of rising affluence. The future of beef. In laboratories and pilot factories around the world, researchers are developing alternatives to conventional beef production. Cultivated meat, beef grown from animal cells in bioreactors, without slaughtering animals, has achieved commercial sale in Singapore and is advancing toward regulatory approval in other markets. Plant-based burgers engineered to bleed and sizzle like beef have captured a small but significant share of the American burger market. Precision fermentation is producing heme proteins, the iron-containing molecules that give beef its characteristic flavor, without cattle. Whether these technologies will displace conventional beef farming or merely supplement it remains one of the most consequential unanswered questions in the future of food. The political economy of beef, the ranching lobbies, the cultural attachments, the trade relationships is formidable. But the environmental arithmetic of feeding 10 billion people a diet centered on beef is simply impossible. Something, somewhere, will have to give. Chapter 15. Soy. The bean that feeds the world's animals. Soy is everywhere and almost nowhere. It is the world's most widely grown legume, covering nearly 300 million acres of the earth. It is in your margarine, your cooking oil, your salad dressing, your infant formula, your dog's food, your tofu, and your soy milk. But most of all, by an enormous margin, it is in the feed of the chickens, pigs, and cattle that you eat. Soy is the invisible foundation of the global meat industry, and its rise is one of the most significant and least visible agricultural stories of the 20th century. Ancient origins in East Asia. Soy was domesticated in northeastern China around 3,000 years ago, probably from a wild species called Glycine soja. Chinese farmers recognized the soybeans' exceptional protein content, roughly 40% by dry weight, higher than any other plant food, and its ability to fix atmospheric nitrogen, improving soil fertility for subsequent crops. By the time of the Zhou dynasty, soy was one of the 5 sacred grains of Chinese civilization. The soy foods of East Asia represent a remarkable tradition of food technology developed over millennia. Tofu, produced by coagulating soy milk in a process analogous to cheesemaking, was invented in China around the 2nd century BCE and spread throughout East Asia, becoming a central protein source for Buddhist communities that avoided meat. Soy sauce, developed through a fermentation process involving soybeans, wheat, salt, and specific mold cultures, became the umami backbone of Chinese, Japanese, and Korean cuisines, used not just as a condiment but as the fundamental flavoring agent of entire culinary traditions. Soy goes to America. Soy reached the United States in the early 20th century, promoted partly through the efforts of Henry Ford, who was fascinated by industrial uses for agricultural products and who wore a suit made partly of soy fiber to a press event to demonstrate his faith in the crop. But soy's American breakthrough came through the intersection of its nitrogen-fixing properties, post-World War II agricultural expansion, and the rise of industrial meat production. The development of hexane extraction in the 1940s allowed factories to remove oil from soybeans efficiently, leaving behind a high-protein meal perfect for animal feed. As American and European meat consumption soared in the post-war decades, demand for cheap, high-protein animal feed exploded. American soybean production increased tenfold between 1950 and 2000, and the crop spread to Brazil and Argentina, where it became simultaneously the engine of agricultural prosperity and deforestation. Soy and the Amazon. Brazil is now the world's largest soy exporter, and its soy industry has been a major driver of Amazon deforestation since the 1990s. Satellite data shows that enormous areas of both forest and the Cerrado, Brazil's biodiverse tropical savanna, have been converted to soy monocultures to feed the global demand for cheap animal feed. The primary customer for Brazilian soy is China, which imports enormous quantities to feed its massive pork industry. The irony is profound. The soy that is destroying the Amazon was adopted in China as a substitute for traditional Chinese soy foods like tofu and miso, which are actually made from soybeans. The Chinese are importing soy to feed animals to produce meat because rising incomes have shifted food preferences away from the plant-based soy foods their ancestors ate. The environmental cost of this dietary transition is being paid by the Amazon basin. The soy paradox. The soy paradox is this: a food with deep roots in Asian vegetarian cuisine has become, in its industrial form, a driver of meat consumption and environmental destruction. More than 80% of the world's soy goes to feed animals, the rest goes to oil and direct human consumption. Yet the soybean itself is one of the most nutritionally efficient, environmentally benign, and versatile foods in human history when consumed directly. Producing a kilogram of tofu requires a fraction of the land and water needed to produce a kilogram of beef. Soy's nitrogen-fixing properties mean it requires less fertilizer than most crops. Fermented soy products, miso, tempeh, natto, are extraordinarily nutritious. The distinction between the plant and the industrial use to which it is put captures something important about the environmental complexities of the modern food system. The problem is rarely the ingredient. The problem is almost always the system. Chapter 16. Fish and Cod. The sea's silver that built nations. The Atlantic cod is not a glamorous fish. It is pale, blandly flavored, and thoroughly unfashionable in the age of sashimi and seared tuna. Yet for 500 years, the cod was the engine of the North Atlantic economy, the food that sustained the colonization of North America, the cargo that made Boston and Bristol rich, and the fish that, when it disappeared from Canadian waters in 1992 in one of the greatest ecological disasters in fisheries history, destroyed thousands of livelihoods overnight and has not fully recovered since. The Grand Banks discovery. When John Cabot returned to England from his 1497 voyage to North America, he reported that the waters around Newfoundland were so thick with fish that you could scoop them out in baskets. He was not exaggerating much. The Grand Banks, a vast, shallow area off the coast of Newfoundland where cold Arctic waters meet warmer Gulf Stream water, held more cod than any fishery in the world. European fishermen, primarily Basques, Portuguese, and English, were exploiting the banks within years of Cabot's report. Salt cod, bacalhau in Spanish, bacalhau in Portuguese, became the protein that made the Atlantic world run. Dried and salted, it could be stored for months without refrigeration. It fed plantation workers in the Caribbean sugar colonies. It was traded along the West African coast. It sustained Catholic populations through Lent in an era when religious food laws were strictly observed. The cod triangle, New England to the Caribbean to Europe, was one of the defining trade routes of the colonial era, and the fishing towns of New England built their prosperity on its silver abundance. Fishing wars and maritime law. The cod fishery was so valuable that it was a persistent source of international conflict. The Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which ended the War of the Spanish Succession, included specific provisions about French fishing rights off Newfoundland, a detail that illustrates how central the cod fishery was to 18th-century geopolitics. The cod wars between Britain and Iceland in the 1950s to 1970s, disputes over fishing rights that came close to actual naval conflict, led directly to the modern concept of the exclusive economic zone. The 200-mile limit that gives coastal nations sovereignty over adjacent ocean resources was established largely as a result of Iceland's insistence on controlling its own fisheries against British fishing fleets. Iceland's economy was almost entirely dependent on fish, and its willingness to confront Britain, a NATO ally with a much larger navy, over fishing rights demonstrated just how existentially important the cod was to small fishing nations. The principle Iceland fought for now governs maritime law worldwide. Collapse. On July 2, 1992, Canadian Fisheries Minister John Crosbie imposed a moratorium on cod fishing off Newfoundland, effectively shutting down a fishery that had operated for 500 years. The decision threw 40,000 people out of work overnight. The cod population had collapsed from an estimated 160 million tons in the 1960s to fewer than 2 million tons by the early 1990s, driven to the edge of extinction by industrial fishing technology, factory ships with sonar, bottom trawls, and refrigerated holds that could harvest fish faster than they could reproduce. The collapse was not unforeseeable. Scientists had been warning of overfishing for decades. The political and economic pressure to maintain fishing levels overrode scientific advice repeatedly, as it has in fishery after fishery around the world. The cod collapse was a textbook case of the tragedy of the commons, a shared resource exploited beyond sustainability because no individual user had sufficient incentive to restrain themselves while others continued fishing. 30 years after the moratorium. 3 decades after the moratorium, the cod have not recovered to anything approaching their historical abundance. The ecosystem of the Grand Banks has shifted in ways that may be irreversible. Seal populations that cod once controlled have exploded, altering the food web in ways that may prevent cod recovery even in the absence of fishing pressure. Climate change, warming ocean temperatures, adds further stress to a population already struggling to rebuild. The lesson of the cod is still being absorbed by fisheries managers worldwide. Even the most abundant natural resource, exploited with industrial efficiency and without restraint, can be destroyed within a generation. And once destroyed, the ecosystem does not simply snap back when the pressure is removed. The silver fish of the Grand Banks, once so numerous that early explorers could dip nets and return full, may never return in the abundance that built the Atlantic world. Chapter 17. Tomatoes. The fruit Europe feared and then could not live without. Today it is almost impossible to imagine Italian cuisine without the tomato, no pizza margherita, no pasta al pomodoro, no bruschetta, no panzanella. Yet tomatoes did not arrive in Italy until the 16th century, brought from the Americas by Spanish explorers. For nearly 2 centuries, Europeans regarded this new fruit with deep suspicion, and the story of how a plant once feared as poisonous became the defining ingredient of Mediterranean cooking is one of the most surprising transformations in all of culinary history. Aztec origins and European suspicion. Tomatoes were domesticated in Mexico and Central America from a small wild species still found in western South America. By the time Spanish conquistadors arrived in the early 16th century, the Aztecs were cultivating large, fleshy tomatoes and incorporating them into complex sauces with chili, squash seeds, and other indigenous ingredients. The Spanish brought tomato seeds back to Europe in the early to mid-16th century, but Europeans were deeply suspicious. The suspicion was not entirely irrational. Tomatoes belong to the nightshade family, Solanaceae, along with deadly nightshade, belladonna, tobacco, and other genuinely dangerous plants. The tomato plant's leaves and stems are indeed mildly toxic. Moreover, aristocrats serving food on pewter plates, which were high in lead, noticed that eating acidic foods from pewter caused illness. The tomato got the blame for what was actually lead poisoning from the plates. For nearly 2 centuries, Europeans grew tomatoes as ornamental plants but largely did not eat them. The Italian conversion. How and when Italians began eating tomatoes in large quantities is contested by culinary historians. The earliest Italian cookbook recipe using tomatoes dates to 1692, but widespread adoption came later, probably through the 18th century, and began in southern Italy among the poor people who could not afford to be picky about new foods and who discovered that the tomato was cheap, flavorful, and versatile. The poorest inhabitants of Naples discovered that tomatoes combined extraordinarily well with pasta, an equally recent innovation in the Italian diet. The marriage of tomato and pasta in Neapolitan cuisine spread through Italy and then the world partly through the massive Italian emigration of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Italian immigrants to the United States, Argentina, and Brazil brought their cuisine with them, and Italian-American cooking, with its tomato sauces, pizza, and pasta, became one of the defining influences on American food culture in the 20th century, to the point where many Americans consider tomato sauce to be quintessentially Italian without realizing it arrived in Italy from the Americas just a few centuries ago. The ketchup question. Tomatoes transformed not only Mediterranean cooking but also the Anglo-American condiment tradition. Ketchup, now synonymous globally with tomato sauce, began as a general term for fermented condiment sauces, including mushroom ketchup, anchovy ketchup, and walnut ketchup, none of which contained tomatoes. Tomato ketchup emerged in the 19th century and had become America's dominant condiment by the early 20th, when H.J. Heinz standardized its production using benzoate of soda as a preservative, a practice that sparked one of America's first major food safety controversies, eventually leading to federal food purity legislation. Today Americans consume approximately 10 billion ounces of ketchup per year, roughly 33 ounces per person. The fruit that Europeans once feared as a poisonous ornamental has become the defining condiment of American fast food, spread on burgers and fries consumed in quantities that the Aztec farmers who first cultivated the tomato could not have imagined. The industrial tomato. California's Central Valley became the world capital of tomato processing in the 20th century, producing billions of cans of tomato paste, sauce, and diced tomatoes for global export. The industrial tomato has been bred for mechanical harvesting, tough skin, simultaneous ripening, and a size and shape that suits processing machinery at the expense of flavor. The tomato that most people in the world eat in its processed form bears little resemblance to the rich, complex fruit that traditional Italian growers cultivate. The heirloom tomato movement, the revival of pre-industrial varieties grown for flavor rather than yield and durability, has become one of the defining expressions of the artisanal food movement of the early 21st century. Farmers' markets across the wealthy world now offer extraordinary diversity in tomato color, shape, and flavor, a glimpse of the pre-industrial abundance that industrial agriculture homogenized. The tomato, like so many foods in this book, has a rich history on both sides of the industrial divide. Chapter 18. Wine. The fermented fruit of civilization. Wine is older than history. Archaeologists have found residue of fermented grape juice in pottery vessels dating to 6000 BCE in what is now Georgia, the Caucasian country, not the American state. Wine appears in the oldest written records of Egypt and Mesopotamia. It was drunk at the Last Supper, analyzed by Aristotle, regulated by Roman law, and is today a $200 billion global industry. No other alcoholic beverage has been as deeply woven into the spiritual, intellectual, and social fabric of civilization. Ancient roots in the Caucasus and Mediterranean. The wild ancestor of the wine grape Vitis vinifera sylvestris grew across a vast area from the Atlantic coast of Europe to Central Asia, but the first winemakers were almost certainly in the Caucasus region. The oldest known winery, a cave complex in Armenia dating to around 4100 BCE, complete with a wine press, fermentation vats, and storage jars, was discovered in 2010, suggesting that wine production was already sophisticated 6,000 years ago. From the Caucasus, viticulture spread to Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean with the expansion of trade networks. In ancient Egypt, wine was primarily a luxury of the elite. Tomb paintings show elaborate grape-treading scenes, and wealthy Egyptians were buried with amphorae of wine for the afterlife. The ordinary Egyptian drank beer. Wine was for pharaohs and nobles. In contrast, wine permeated all levels of ancient Greek and Roman society, though it was always consumed diluted with water. Drinking undiluted wine was considered barbaric, a practice of savages who lacked the self-control that civilization required. Christianity, Islam, and wine's divergent fates. Wine's fate diverged dramatically with the rise of the two great monotheistic religions that transformed the Mediterranean world. Christianity incorporated wine into its central ritual, the Eucharist, and through the spread of Christianity, viticulture spread with it. Medieval monasteries preserved and advanced winemaking knowledge through centuries of political disruption. The Benedictine and Cistercian monks of Burgundy and Champagne were among the most skilled viticulturalists in Europe, methodically selecting the best vines and mapping the relationship between soil, climate, and wine quality. Islam, in contrast, prohibited alcohol, and the Islamic conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries eliminated wine culture from North Africa, the Levant, and Spain for centuries. The vineyards of North Africa, once major suppliers to Rome, disappeared and have only partially recovered in the modern era. The geographical boundary between the wine-drinking and non-wine-drinking worlds is, to a remarkable degree, still the boundary between the historically Christian and historically Muslim regions of the Old World. The New World Challenge. European colonists brought wine grapes to the Americas, South Africa, and Australia, establishing industries that would eventually challenge and in some regions surpass European wine in quality and market share. California, Chile, Argentina, South Africa, and Australia now produce wines that compete with Burgundy and Bordeaux at every price point. The Paris tasting of 1976, in which California wines defeated French wines in a blind tasting by French judges, was a cultural earthquake that demonstrated the New World's arrival as a serious wine producer. The globalization of wine has created an extraordinary paradox. A product deeply associated with specific places and traditions, the concept of terroir, the idea that a wine expresses the specific soil, climate, and culture of its origin, is now produced everywhere, in standardized styles calibrated to international consumer preferences. Critics argue that the global wine market has homogenized flavors. Defenders argue that it has democratized quality and brought excellent wine within reach of consumers worldwide. Wine and climate change. Climate change is already reshaping the wine world in ways both obvious and subtle. Traditional wine regions in France, Italy, and Spain are seeing grapes ripen earlier and at higher sugar levels, producing wines that are richer and more alcoholic but sometimes lacking in acidity and freshness. The classic character of Bordeaux, Burgundy, and Barolo, developed over centuries of understanding specific climatic conditions, is changing. Meanwhile, previously marginal wine regions in England, Canada, Germany, and Scandinavia are becoming viable, even exciting. English sparkling wine is now winning international competitions against champagne. German winemakers in regions once too cold for reliable ripening are producing wines of increasing sophistication. The map of the wine world is being redrawn by temperature, and the wines of 2050 will likely come from places that would have seemed improbable vineyards 50 years ago. The oldest fermented beverage in human history is entering an era of unprecedented uncertainty. Chapter 19. Chili peppers. The fire that conquered every kitchen. In 1492, Christopher Columbus arrived in the Caribbean hoping to find black pepper. He didn't, but he found something that would eventually replace black pepper across much of the world. He called it pimento even though it was not related to black pepper at all. The chili pepper was about to embark on one of the most remarkable culinary conquests in history. Within 2 centuries of Columbus's voyage, chilies had become indispensable to the cuisines of India, China, Thailand, Korea, Ethiopia, Hungary, and virtually every hot country on Earth. Origins in the Americas. Chili peppers were domesticated in Mexico and Central America at least 6,000 years ago, with some evidence of use dating back 9,000 years, making them among the earliest cultivated plants in the Americas. The Aztecs used chilies extensively, in sauces, in chocolate drinks, and in the complex mole sauces of Oaxacan cuisine, elaborate preparations that can involve 30 or more ingredients and days of preparation. This tradition survives today in the mole negro and mole coloradito served at family celebrations and restaurants throughout southern Mexico. The active compound in chili peppers, capsaicin, is a defense mechanism evolved to deter mammals, which chew and destroy seeds, while allowing birds, which swallow seeds whole and disperse them intact, to eat the fruits unaffected. Birds cannot detect capsaicin. Mammals have specific receptors, TRPV1, that respond to it as if it were intense heat. The burning sensation of eating chili is not a taste but a pain response, yet billions of people have come to crave it, driven by the endorphin release and mood elevation that the pain response triggers. Global spread and cultural adoption. The speed with which chili peppers conquered the world's cuisines after 1492 is extraordinary. Portuguese traders, operating the most extensive maritime network of the 16th century, played the primary role in spreading chili from the Americas to Africa and Asia. By the mid-16th century, within 50 years of chili's introduction to Europe, it was being cultivated in India, China, and Southeast Asia. In Korea, chili arrived around 1600 and was adopted with such enthusiasm that it became the defining ingredient of kimchi. In India, chili replaced and supplemented long pepper and black pepper as the primary source of heat in the cuisine. Today India is the world's largest producer and consumer of chili peppers. The curry that British colonists encountered in India, already transformed by the chili Columbus introduced, was itself a relatively recent creation, shaped by a plant that had been growing in the Americas for 9,000 years before any Indian cook ever tasted it. The foods we associate with ancient culinary traditions are often surprisingly recent innovations. The Scoville scale and competitive heat. The heat of chili peppers is measured on the Scoville scale, developed by pharmacist Wilbur Scoville in 1912. A bell pepper scores 0. A jalapeno scores between 2,000 and 8,000. The Carolina Reaper, the current world's hottest chili according to the Guinness Book of Records, scores over 2 million Scoville heat units. Eating extreme chilies has become a competitive sport, with videos of people consuming the world's hottest peppers attracting millions of viewers and spawning a global industry of hot sauces, dried chilies, and chili-flavored novelty products. The competitive heat culture has led breeders to develop increasingly extreme varieties, the ghost pepper, the Trinidad Moruga scorpion, the Pepper X, each briefly claiming the world's hottest title before being surpassed by the next creation. This arms race in capsaicin has pushed well beyond the range of practical culinary use into territory that genuinely requires medical caution, with reports of capsaicin burns and esophageal spasms from extreme pepper challenges. Capsaicin as medicine. Beyond entertainment, capsaicin has genuine medical applications that have been known in traditional medicine for centuries and are now supported by scientific research. It is used in topical pain relievers for arthritis and neuropathy, working by depleting the nerve cells that transmit pain signals of a chemical called substance P. Police and military pepper spray, Oleuresin capsicum, is derived from chili peppers and is one of the most widely deployed non-lethal weapons in the world. Researchers are investigating capsaicin as a potential aid in weight management. It appears to increase metabolism and reduce appetite, and as a possible cancer treatment, with some in vitro studies showing that capsaicin can induce apoptosis, programmed cell death, in cancer cells. The same molecule that makes eating a habanero a painful experience may eventually prove useful in treating some of humanity's most intractable diseases. The accidental discovery Columbus made in the Caribbean has turned out to be one of the most pharmacologically interesting foods in human history. Chapter 20. Bread. The staff of life and the soul of civilization. Give us this day our daily bread. In one short sentence, the Lord's Prayer captures a truth that has held for 10,000 years. Bread is not just food, it is the food, the baseline, the minimum, the measure of whether a society is functioning. Bread riots have preceded nearly every major revolution in European history. The phrase breaking bread means to share a meal, to make peace, to become human together. No other food carries such weight of symbolism, history, and daily necessity. The discovery of leavening. The first breads were flatbreads, simple mixtures of ground grain and water, cooked on hot stones. They appear in the archaeological record from the earliest days of grain cultivation and remain staple foods across much of the world today: the tortilla of Mexico, the injera of Ethiopia, the roti of South Asia, the lavash of the Caucasus. They are, essentially, what you get if you take wheat flour and water and apply heat, and they require no technology beyond a flat rock and a fire. The discovery of leavening, the transformation of flatbread into risen bread, probably occurred accidentally when wild yeast drifted into a grain paste left in a warm place and began to ferment, producing carbon dioxide that caused the dough to puff up. The resulting bread was lighter, more digestible, and possessed a complex flavor that flatbreads lacked. Ancient Egypt appears to have been the first civilization to develop leavened bread on a significant scale, with dedicated workers grinding grain, mixing dough, shaping loaves, and tending clay ovens in bakeries that supplied temples, palaces, and construction sites. Bread, class, and social status. Throughout European history, the color and texture of bread served as a precise indicator of social class. Fine white bread, made from bolted flour from which the bran had been sifted, was expensive and associated with the wealthy. Coarse brown bread, made from whole grain flour, was the food of peasants and laborious. This association was so powerful that even when nutritional science demonstrated in the 20th century that whole grain bread was significantly more nutritious than white bread, it took decades for white bread's elite association to break down enough for wholemeal bread to become socially acceptable across all classes. The politics of bread have been consistently incendiary throughout European history. The French Revolution was immediately preceded by catastrophic harvest failures that drove bread prices to unaffordable levels for the urban poor. The storming of the Bastille in 1789 was preceded by bread riots across France. Marie Antoinette's supposed remark, "Let them eat cake," whether or not she actually said it, perfectly captured the perceived aristocratic indifference to ordinary hunger that fueled revolutionary rage across the continent. Industrial bread and its discontents. The industrialization of bread in the 20th century, the sliced white loaf produced by industrial bakeries using fast-acting commercial yeast, chemical additives, and high-speed mixers, produced bread that was uniform, cheap, and shelf-stable but dramatically poorer in flavor, texture, and nutritional value than traditional bread. In the United States, Wonder Bread, first sold in 1921, became the symbol of industrial food production. Its signature softness and uniformity were celebrated as engineering triumphs. Food writers of later generations dismissed it as an almost nutritionless product that happened to be vaguely edible. The Chorleywood bread process, developed in Britain in 1961, allowed industrial bakers to use lower quality wheat, shorter fermentation times, and more chemical additives to produce bread faster and cheaper than ever before. Today, roughly 80% of British bread is made using the Chorleywood process. The result is bread that many nutritional researchers believe is harder to digest than traditionally fermented bread, potentially contributing to the dramatic rise in gluten sensitivity reported in recent decades, though this connection remains scientifically contested. The sourdough revival. The 21st century has seen a remarkable revival of traditional bread making. Sourdough bread leavened with a culture of wild yeast and bacteria that gives it distinctive flavor, extended shelf life, and improved digestibility has become not just a food but a cultural movement. Small artisan bakeries have proliferated in cities across the wealthy world, and the price of a good sourdough loaf has risen dramatically, a mark of its artisanal status in an era when most commodities are pushed relentlessly toward cheapness. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns of 2020, sourdough starter cultivation became one of the most widely shared domestic activities in the English-speaking world. Millions of people began feeding living bacterial cultures as a way of connecting with something ancient, real, and biological in a time of digital isolation and industrial food. The staff of life had become, once again, an object of care and attention, as it had been for every baker who ever lived, until the industrial age decided that bread could be made without waiting. Chapter 21. Honey. The ancient sweetener that outlasted empires. In 2015, archaeologists examining a 3,000-year-old Egyptian tomb discovered something remarkable in the storage vessels: honey, still perfectly preserved, still edible after 30 centuries in the desert. Honey is the only food known to be truly immortal. Its low water content, high sugar concentration, hydrogen peroxide content, and slightly acidic pH make it essentially impervious to the bacteria and molds that destroy other foods. This extraordinary preservation quality made honey one of the most valuable substances in the ancient world. Rock paintings and the first beekeepers. The relationship between humans and honey is far older than civilization. Rock paintings in the Cave of the Spider in Valencia, Spain, dating to around 8000 BCE, show human figures climbing on rope ladders to reach wild bee nests in cliff faces, reaching past angry bees to collect honeycombs. Similar rock art appears in Africa, India, and Australia, suggesting that honey hunting was a universal human activity across the globe long before the development of agriculture. The transition from honey hunting to beekeeping, maintaining bee colonies in artificial hives, appears to have occurred in ancient Egypt around 4500 BCE. Egyptian beekeeping was sophisticated. Cylindrical clay hives were stacked in rows, smokers were used to calm bees, and honey was stored in sealed pottery vessels for trade and religious use. The bee hieroglyph in ancient Egyptian was used as part of the royal title for the kings of Lower Egypt. The pharaoh was literally the bee king. Honey was so valuable that it was used as tribute payment to the central government. Honey in medicine and religion. Before sugar became widely available, honey was the universal sweetener of the ancient world, but it was used for far more than flavoring food. Its wound healing properties, now understood to result from its hydrogen peroxide content, low pH, and high osmolarity, which inhibit bacterial growth, were recognized by physicians across cultures for millennia. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, one of the oldest known medical texts, dating to around 1600 BCE, prescribes honey for wounds and burns. Honey's religious significance across cultures is remarkable. In ancient Greece, the dead were anointed with honey before burial. The word nectar, the drink of the gods, derives from a root meaning honey. In Jewish tradition, the new year is celebrated with apples and honey, symbolizing hopes for a sweet year. In Hindu ritual, honey is one of the 5 sacred foods, panchamrit, used in religious ceremonies. The Quran describes rivers of honey in paradise. No other food appears in so many religious traditions as a symbol of divine abundance and sweetness. Mead, monasteries, and the medieval world. Mead, fermented honey wine, is arguably the world's oldest alcoholic beverage, produced by simply mixing honey with water and allowing wild yeasts to ferment the sugars. Archaeological evidence of mead production has been found in ancient China, the Indus Valley, and northern Europe. In the Norse mythological tradition, the gods drank mead in Valhalla. The Proto-Germanic word for mead is reconstructed as one of the oldest words in the Indo-European language family, suggesting its antiquity. In medieval Europe, monasteries maintained extensive apiaries. Bees were essential for the wax used in church candles, the primary source of artificial light in sacred spaces, as much as for the honey itself. Monks produced both honey and mead on a significant scale, and monasteries played an important role in preserving beekeeping knowledge and techniques through the turbulent centuries of the early medieval period. The connection between bees, sacred light, and spiritual sweetness gave honey a devotional quality that persisted through the medieval period. Colony collapse and the bee crisis. Today, the story of honey has taken an alarming turn. Colony collapse disorder, a phenomenon in which entire honeybee colonies suddenly die or abandon their hives, has destroyed enormous numbers of managed bee colonies worldwide since the mid-2000s. The cause remains incompletely understood but is associated with a combination of pesticide exposure, particularly neonicotinoids, habitat loss, the Varroa destructor mite, and viral diseases to which bees weakened by other stressors are particularly vulnerable. This matters enormously because honeybees pollinate a third of the world's food crops. Without bee pollination, almonds, apples, blueberries, cucumbers, avocados, and hundreds of other foods would disappear from the human diet. The loss of bees is not merely a threat to honey production, it is a threat to food security itself. The immortal substance found in Egyptian tombs, the nectar of the gods, now depends on the survival of an insect population that human activity has put under unprecedented stress. Chapter 22. Milk and Cheese. The Dairy Revolution that divided humanity. Here is a remarkable fact. Most human adults on the planet cannot drink milk without discomfort. Lactose intolerance, the inability to digest the sugar in milk, is the biological default for adult mammals, including most adult humans. The ability to digest milk in adulthood, called lactase persistence, is a genetic mutation that arose in Northern Europe and a few other regions within the past 10,000 years, and it spread through those populations with extraordinary speed because the ability to drink milk was a matter of life and death. The mutation that changed European history. Lactase persistence, the genetic mutation that allows adults to produce lactase, the enzyme needed to digest lactose, arose independently in at least 5 different populations worldwide, but the most studied occurrence was in early European farmers around 7,000 years ago. The mutation spread through European populations with remarkable speed, suggesting powerful natural selection. In environments where dairy animals were kept, being able to drink their milk during famines, droughts, or crop failures was a significant survival advantage. Today, roughly 95% of Northern Europeans carry the lactase persistence mutation, while rates in East Asian populations are around 1% and in many African and Native American populations are similarly low. This variation explains why dairy products, so central to European and some African and Middle Eastern cuisines, play a limited role in the traditional cuisines of East Asia, where the emphasis falls on fermented soy products instead. Cultural food preferences that might seem arbitrary often have deep evolutionary roots. Cheese, solving the lactose problem. Cheese may have been invented precisely because most early humans were lactose intolerant. During cheesemaking, most of the lactose is removed in the whey. The resulting solid curds contain only trace amounts of lactose and can be consumed by people who would become ill from drinking fresh milk. This is thought to explain why cheesemaking appears so early in the archaeological record. Residue of cheese has been found in ancient pottery vessels dating to around 5500 BCE in Poland. The cheese cultures of Europe represent an extraordinary diversity of microbial and human ingenuity developed over millennia. French Roquefort, made in a specific cave complex in southern France, where particular Penicillium mold spores produce its distinctive blue veins, has been produced for at least 2,000 years. It was praised by Pliny the Elder. English cheddar has been made in Somerset's Cheddar Gorge for at least 800 years. These cheeses are not merely foods, they are living biological processes anchored to specific places, the accumulated product of generations of agricultural and artisanal knowledge. Industrial dairy and its discontents. The industrial dairy system of the 20th century, factory farms with hundreds or thousands of cows producing milk continuously, supported by antibiotics, artificial hormones, and processed feed, dramatically increased milk production and brought down prices. It also created significant animal welfare problems. Dairy cows are kept pregnant almost continuously to maintain milk production, and their calves are typically separated from them within hours of birth to prevent them from consuming the milk intended for human sale. The environmental costs of industrial dairy are substantial. Dairy farming contributes to greenhouse gas emissions, water use, and land use at scales that have attracted increasing scrutiny as the environmental costs of the food system have become better understood. The nitrogen and phosphorus from dairy farm waste are major contributors to water pollution and algal blooms in rivers, lakes, and coastal waters in major dairy-producing regions of Europe and North America. Plant-based milk and the future of dairy. Plant-based milk alternatives, oat milk, almond milk, soy milk, coconut milk, pea milk, have exploded in popularity in the early 21st century. Oat milk in particular has grown from a niche product sold in natural food stores to a mainstream beverage available at virtually every coffee shop in the English-speaking world, driven by its creamy texture, which makes it better in coffee than most other plant milks, reasonable environmental profile, and neutral flavor. The dairy industry, which once seemed as stable a fixture of the food system as wheat itself, is facing genuine structural disruption. Per capita fluid milk consumption in the United States has been declining for decades. Among younger consumers, plant-based alternatives are increasingly the default. Whether this shift represents a temporary fashion or a permanent structural change in how humanity relates to dairy is one of the more interesting questions in the food system of the coming decades. Chapter 23. Pigs and Pork. The animal that fed the world's peasants. There is an old saying in rural France, in a pig, everything is good. From snout to tail, from lard to bacon to sausage to cured ham, the pig has provided more protein to more ordinary people throughout more of human history than any other domestic animal. Pigs are efficient, requiring no pasture to graze, capable of eating almost any organic waste, and producing enormous quantities of meat relative to their feed input. For the world's peasants, the pig was not just food, it was the difference between survival and hunger. Domestication and global spread. Pigs were domesticated from wild boars independently in at least 2 locations, the Near East and East Asia, around 9,000 years ago. Unlike cattle and sheep, which require open grazing land, pigs can be kept in confined spaces and fed on household scraps, making them ideal livestock for settled agricultural communities with limited land. The Romans kept pigs in the city itself, feeding them on urban waste. Medieval European peasants kept a single pig through the year, fattening it on acorns and scraps, and slaughtering it in autumn, a winter provisioning strategy so common that many European cultures developed rich traditions of winter pork curing, sausage making, and celebration around the annual pig slaughter. China developed the most intensive pig farming tradition in the world. Chinese breeds were selected over millennia for rapid weight gain, docility, and the ability to thrive on low-quality feed. When European breeders crossed Chinese pigs with native European breeds in the 18th and 19th centuries, they produced the ancestors of most of today's commercial pork breeds. Modern Western commercial pig farming is built substantially on Asian genetics. Prohibition, identity, and pork politics. Of all common meats, pork is the most politically and religiously charged. Both Jewish and Muslim dietary laws prohibit pork. This prohibition has made pork a marker of religious identity and a tool of persecution throughout history. Medieval Spanish authorities required converts from Judaism and Islam to eat pork publicly as proof of their conversion. The practice of serving pork at official events to signal or enforce religious conformity has been used as a means of social coercion in various contexts across the centuries. Conversely, in China, where no such prohibition applies, pork is so culturally central that the character for home or family, jiao, depicts a pig under a roof. In Chinese culinary tradition, pork is the default meat in a way that beef is in the United States or lamb is in parts of the Middle East. The extraordinary diversity of Chinese pork preparations, red braised pork belly, char siu, dongpa pork, twice-cooked pork, reflects thousands of years of culinary refinement around a single animal. Ham and the art of curing. The art of curing pork, preserving it with salt, smoke, thyme, and in the finest cases, Specific microclimates represent some of the oldest and most sophisticated food technology in human history. The great cured hams of the world, Jamon Iberico from Spain, Prosciutto di Parma from Italy, Jinhua ham from China, Bayonne ham from France, are products of centuries of accumulated craft knowledge about the interplay of salt, time, air, and the specific biochemical transformations that occur in aging muscle tissue. Jamon Iberico de Bellota, made from black Iberian pigs fed on acorns in the oak forests of western Spain, can sell for hundreds of dollars per kilogram, making it one of the most expensive foods in the world. The pigs roam free in the Dehesa, the traditional agro-silvopastoral landscape of oak woodland and pasture that has been managed for this purpose for centuries. The acorn diet transforms the fat profile of the meat, giving it a nutty, complex flavor impossible to replicate from conventionally raised pigs. The industrial pig. Modern industrial pig farming, concentrated animal feeding operations housing thousands of animals in close confinement, has produced pork of consistent quality and unprecedented cheapness while creating serious problems of animal welfare and environmental pollution. The extraordinary density of animals in industrial pig facilities creates conditions ideal for the emergence and spread of disease, requiring prophylactic antibiotics that contribute to the growing crisis of antibiotic resistance. The waste lagoons of industrial pig farms in North Carolina and other pork-producing regions have polluted groundwater and rivers for decades, and the communities near these operations, disproportionately low-income and minority communities, suffer from air and water quality problems that have been the subject of legal action and public health advocacy. The distance between the artisanal excellence of Jamon Iberico and the industrial reality of most commercial pork production is one of the starkest contrasts in the modern food system. Chapter 24. Vanilla. The orchid that traveled the world. Vanilla is the world's most popular flavor, found in ice cream, perfume, candles, baked goods, and more processed foods than almost any other flavoring. It is also, gram for gram, one of the most expensive food products in the world, requiring more labor-intensive production than almost any other spice. And it comes from a single species of orchid that, outside its native Mexico, must be hand-pollinated by human beings because the only animal that can pollinate it naturally doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth. Aztec origins and the pollination mystery. Vanilla was used by the Totonac people of Mexico long before the Aztecs, who eventually conquered them and demanded vanilla beans as tribute. The Aztecs prized vanilla as a flavoring for their chocolate drink, and the combination of chocolate and vanilla became one of the defining flavors of Mesoamerican cuisine. When Spanish conquistadors encountered vanilla and brought it back to Europe, it was initially used as an additive to chocolate drinks, following Aztec tradition. The challenge that would define vanilla's history for centuries was pollination. Outside Mexico, vanilla orchids flower beautifully but never set fruit. For 300 years after vanilla was introduced to European colonies in the tropics, this mystery defied solution. The plants grew, the flowers bloomed, no beans appeared. The answer turned out to be that the specific bee species, the Melipona bee, that pollinates vanilla in Mexico does not exist anywhere else. Every vanilla flower that blooms outside Mexico must be hand-pollinated within 12 hours of opening, or it will not produce a bean. Edmund Albius and the hand-pollination breakthrough. In 1841, a 12-year-old enslaved boy on the island of Réunion named Edmund Albius devised a technique for hand-pollinating vanilla flowers using a thin stick to transfer pollen from the anther to the stigma of the same flower, a method so simple and effective that it is still used today, unchanged after almost 2 centuries. Albius's discovery made commercial vanilla cultivation possible outside Mexico for the first time. He received no compensation. As an enslaved person, he was legally property, and his discovery belonged to his enslaver. Following Albius's discovery, vanilla cultivation spread from Réunion to the nearby island of Madagascar, which today produces roughly 80% of the world's natural vanilla. The irony that the global vanilla industry rests on a technique invented by an enslaved child who received nothing for it has not been lost on historians of food and slavery. Madagascar vanilla and its vulnerabilities. Madagascar vanilla, sometimes called bourbon vanilla, for the old name of Réunion, is considered the finest in the world for its rich, creamy, complex aroma. Growing it is extraordinarily labor-intensive. Each flower must be hand-pollinated within 12 hours of opening, the beans must be hand-harvested at precise moments of ripeness, and then they undergo months of curing, sweating, drying, and conditioning before developing their characteristic flavor. This labor-intensive production makes natural vanilla expensive and price-volatile. A cyclone that devastated Madagascar's vanilla crop in 2017 caused prices to spike to over $600 per kilogram, briefly making vanilla more expensive than silver. The high prices fueled theft from vanilla farms, with farmers beginning to harvest beans before full ripeness to prevent loss, reducing quality. The vanilla economy of Madagascar, which employs millions of smallholder farmers, is vulnerable to weather, market manipulation, and the ever-present threat that synthetic vanillin will further erode demand for the genuine article. Synthetic vanilla and the real thing. The solution to vanilla's expense arrived in the laboratory. Vanillin, the primary flavor compound in vanilla, was first synthesized from eugenol, found in clove oil, in 1874, and today synthetic vanillin is produced from lignin, a wood pulp byproduct of the paper industry, or from petrochemicals at a tiny fraction of the cost of natural vanilla. Roughly 99% of the vanillin used in food production worldwide is synthetic. The flavor is similar but not identical. Natural vanilla contains hundreds of flavor compounds beyond vanillin, giving it a complexity that synthetic vanillin cannot reproduce. Whether this difference matters depends entirely on the application. In a heavily spiced cake or a commercial soft drink, the distinction is imperceptible. In a high-quality vanilla ice cream or a pastry chef's crème brûlée, it is obvious to any attentive palate. The world's most popular flavor has become, in its industrial form, a product of chemistry rather than agriculture, a transformation that is simultaneously a marvel of industrial efficiency and a diminishment of something extraordinary. Chapter 25. Cassava. The resilient root that feeds Africa. Ask a food scholar to name the world's most important crop that most people in wealthy countries have never heard of, and the answer is likely cassava. The starchy root crop, native to South America, feeds over 800 million people, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, where it has become the continent's most widely grown food crop. It grows in poor soil, with minimal rainfall, and survives where almost nothing else will. In a continent facing drought, conflict, and climate change, cassava's resilience makes it a genuine lifesaver. Amazonian origins and the cyanide problem. Cassava, also known as manioc or yucca, was domesticated in the Amazon basin of South America around 8,000 to 10,000 years ago. Indigenous Amazonian peoples developed sophisticated techniques for processing it. Cassava contains cyanogenic glycosides, compounds that release hydrogen cyanide when the plant tissue is damaged, and eating raw cassava can be fatal. Indigenous communities developed elaborate processing methods, grating, pressing, soaking, and drying to remove the toxins, producing safe flour, flatbreads, and fermented drinks. The cassava press, a woven tube device that squeezes toxic juice from grated cassava, is one of the most clever food processing inventions in human history, developed independently by indigenous peoples across the Amazon basin. Portuguese colonizers encountered cassava in Brazil in the 16th century and quickly recognized its value. Calorie-dense, able to be processed into flour that kept well, and growing in tropical conditions where European grains failed. Portuguese slave traders began introducing cassava to West and Central Africa in the 16th and 17th centuries as a food source for enslaved people. Africa's adoption of cassava. Cassava's spread through sub-Saharan Africa was one of the most consequential agricultural introductions in African history. Unlike yams and millet, the traditional staple crops of West and Central Africa, cassava could be left in the ground for up to 2 years without rotting, functioning as a living food storage system that protected communities against famine during droughts or conflicts. It produced far more calories per acre than any competing crop in tropical Africa. African cooks developed their own cassava traditions entirely distinct from Amazonian or Brazilian practices. Fufu, pounded cassava eaten with stews and soups, became a staple across West and Central Africa. Gari, granular fermented cassava flour, is produced and consumed across West Africa in enormous quantities, eaten as porridge, as a dry snack, or as the base of stews. The cassava that arrived as slave trade food has become one of the most culturally important crops on the continent, embedded in the daily cooking of hundreds of millions of households. Cassava mosaic and the research battle. Cassava's greatest threat is a viral disease called cassava mosaic, spread by whiteflies, which can destroy entire crops with little warning. In Uganda in the late 1980s and 1990s, a new virulent strain of cassava mosaic virus, spread by an unusually large whitefly population, destroyed crops across East and Central Africa, causing severe food insecurity in regions that had come to depend on cassava as their primary staple. The response to the cassava mosaic epidemic was one of the success stories of international agricultural research. Scientists at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA, in Nigeria developed resistant varieties through conventional breeding and distributed them to farmers across the affected regions. Yield losses were reversed, and today resistant varieties are widely planted. The episode demonstrated both the vulnerability of agricultural systems that rely on limited genetic diversity and the capacity of well-funded, internationally coordinated agricultural research to respond effectively. Cassava in the 21st century. As climate change makes rainfall less predictable and temperatures higher across tropical Africa, cassava's drought tolerance makes it increasingly critical. Research institutions are developing improved varieties with higher yields, better nutritional profiles, and resistance to multiple diseases simultaneously. Biofortified cassava varieties bred to contain beta-carotene, which the body converts to vitamin A, is being distributed to farming communities in regions where vitamin A deficiency causes preventable blindness and death in children. At the same time, researchers in Nigeria, Ghana, and elsewhere are working to develop cassava-based industrial products, starch for food processing, ethanol for fuel, biodegradable plastics that could add value to cassava production and improve farmer incomes. The oft-overlooked root crop that arrived in Africa as the food of the enslaved has the potential to become a cornerstone of African food security and rural economic development in the century ahead. Chapter 26. Apples. The forbidden fruit that traveled the Silk Road. The apple is the most mythologized fruit in Western history. It appears in the Garden of Eden as the fruit of forbidden knowledge, in Greek mythology as the golden apple that sparked the Trojan War, in Norse legend as the fruit that kept the gods young, and in American folklore as the emblem of a continent being tamed. Yet the apple's actual history is, if anything, more remarkable than its mythology, a story of wild forests in Kazakhstan, Silk Road traders, colonial settlers, and the eccentric American wanderer who planted thousands of orchards across a continent. The forests of Kazakhstan. The apple's wild ancestor, Malus sievasi, still grows in the forests of the Tian Shan Mountains of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, where trees produce fruits of astonishing variety: red, yellow, green, striped, sweet, bitter, enormous, tiny. This region, near the ancient Silk Road city of Almaty, whose name derives from the Kazakh word for apple, is where the domesticated apple originated, spread westward by Silk Road traders, horses, which ate the fruit and dispersed seeds, and eventually Greek and Roman colonizers who carried selected varieties across the Mediterranean. The genetic diversity of these wild Kazakh apple forests is extraordinary. Botanist Amak Jangaliyev spent decades documenting wild apple varieties in the Tian Shan before the forests were significantly reduced by Soviet-era agricultural development. The trees he catalogued represent the genetic reservoir from which all modern apple breeding ultimately draws, and their preservation has become a priority for both conservation and agricultural science. If wild apple diversity is lost, the capacity to develop new disease-resistant, climate-adapted varieties is lost with it. Rome, grafting, and the spread of cultivation. The Romans were passionate apple cultivators and documented dozens of named varieties in their agricultural writings. More importantly, They mastered and spread the technique of grafting, the joining of a cutting from a desirable variety onto the rootstock of a hardier plant, which allows the exact genetic characteristics of a prized apple to be replicated indefinitely. Without grafting, apples grown from seed are wildly unpredictable. With it, a single exceptional tree can be multiplied across thousands of orchards. Roman orchards established in Britain, Gaul, and the Rhine Valley during the imperial period laid the foundation of European apple culture. After Rome's fall, monasteries maintained and developed apple cultivation, selecting for cider-making qualities as much as eating quality. Hard cider was a safer and more calorie-dense beverage than most available water in medieval Europe. The great cider apple traditions of Normandy, Somerset, and Asturias all trace back to this monastic cultivation heritage. Johnny Appleseed and the American apple. When European colonists arrived in North America, they brought apple trees with them, but it was an eccentric wandering nurseryman named John Chapman, who became legendary as Johnny Appleseed, who planted orchards across the Ohio frontier in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Chapman's apples were not the sweet-eating varieties of modern supermarkets. They were primarily cider apples, planted in a frontier where hard cider was a universal beverage, safer than water and more practical than grain-based spirits in a region without established mills. Prohibition in the early 20th century essentially ended American cider culture, as federal agents destroyed orchards to prevent cider production. The apples that survived were predominantly sweet dessert varieties. The extraordinary genetic diversity of American colonial orchards, hundreds of named varieties adapted to local climates, was largely lost, and the American apple became the half-dozen commercial varieties that dominate supermarkets today. The story of American apple diversity is one of the more melancholy episodes in agricultural history. The supermarket apple and what was lost. Today, most apples sold in supermarkets worldwide belong to a handful of varieties: Red Delicious, Golden Delicious, Gala, Fuji, Honeycrisp, Granny Smith, selected primarily for appearance, shelf life, and shipping durability rather than flavor. The Red Delicious, once the most widely planted apple in America, became notorious among food writers as among the least flavorful fruits ever to achieve commercial dominance. Its thick, mealy flesh and waxy appearance made it visually perfect and gastronomically dismal. Breeding programs focused on sweetness, uniformity, and durability at the expense of the complex balance of acid, sugar, and aroma that makes a great apple great. The heirloom apple revival has recovered hundreds of named varieties from old orchards, farm records, and forgotten corners of rural properties, offering flavors that range from wine-tart to pear-sweet to genuinely extraordinary complexity. Organizations like the UK's Brogdale Collections, which maintains over 2,000 apple varieties, and the work of heirloom orchardists in the United States and Europe are preserving genetic diversity that industrial agriculture came close to eliminating. Cider culture has been central to this revival. The rediscovery of traditional cider apple varieties with the tannin, acidity, and flavor complexity needed for fine hard cider has driven the planting of orchards that might otherwise never have been established. The apple, perhaps the most iconic fruit in Western culture, is slowly being rediscovered in its true and remarkable complexity. Chapter 27. Almonds. The nut that runs on bees and water. Every February, something extraordinary happens in California's Central Valley. Over 1 million acres of almond trees bloom simultaneously, and beekeepers from across North America converge on the state with roughly 2 million managed honeybee colonies to pollinate them. This annual migration is the largest managed pollination event in the world, involving more honeybees in one place at one time than any other agricultural activity in history. It is also a vivid illustration of how dependent the modern food system is on fragile, intersecting ecological systems that we take almost entirely for granted. From the Silk Road to California. Almonds were domesticated in the Middle East and Central Asia, where wild almond species still grow in mountainous regions from Turkey to Afghanistan. The wild almond is bitter and toxic. Its bitterness comes from amygdalin, a cyanogenic compound that releases hydrogen cyanide when the nut is chewed. A genetic mutation producing sweet, non-bitter almonds was the key event in almond domestication, probably occurring in multiple locations and selected for by early farmers who recognized the sweeter nuts as edible and valuable. Almonds were among the most prized foods of the ancient world. They appear in the Bible, Aaron's rod blooms almond flowers in the Book of Numbers, and in Egyptian tomb offerings, including the tomb of Tutankhamun. Greek and Roman writers extolled their flavor and medicinal properties. Arab traders spread almonds along the Silk Road, and Moorish agriculturalists introduced commercial almond cultivation to Spain and southern Italy, where the Mediterranean climate proved ideal. California's almond industry, which now produces 80% of the world's almonds, grew from trees planted by Franciscan missionaries in the 18th century and was developed commercially in the late 19th century by farmers who recognized the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley's exceptional growing conditions. California's almond boom. California's almond industry is one of the great success stories of American agriculture and one of its most contested. Production has increased dramatically over the past 4 decades, driven by growing global demand and California's unmatched efficiency. The state's almond exports go primarily to Europe, India, China, and the Middle East, making almonds California's most valuable agricultural export. The industry has generated enormous wealth for Central Valley farming families and agribusinesses. But the industry's growth has come at significant environmental cost. Almonds require water in prodigious quantities, roughly a gallon per nut, making them one of the most water-intensive crops in California. During the severe droughts of the 2010s, almond irrigation competed directly with urban water supplies and environmental water needs. Critics pointed out that almonds, unlike most other crops, are perennial trees that must be irrigated year-round even in drought years, making them particularly inflexible in times of water scarcity. The water politics of California agriculture, always complex, became even more contentious with the almond boom. The almond bee dependency. The 2 million colony bee migration to California's almond orchards every February represents an extraordinary, fragile ecological dependency. Almonds are the most bee-dependent major crop in the world. A single almond tree requires dozens of bee visits to each flower during the brief bloom period to set a full crop. No other pollinator can do this work at the required scale. The managed honeybee migration is simply indispensable. This dependency has made almond growers acutely aware of and economically invested in the health of honeybee populations. As colony collapse disorder has reduced managed bee populations, the cost of renting bee colonies for almond pollination has risen substantially, adding to the cost of almond production. Some almond growers have invested in providing bee habitat, cover crops between tree rows, reduced pesticide applications during bloom, recognizing that the insect their industry depends on needs conditions that intensive monoculture normally does not provide. Almonds as health food and cultural icon. The almond's nutritional profile, rich in protein, healthy monounsaturated fats, vitamin E, magnesium, and dietary fiber, has made it a darling of the global health food movement. Almond milk, once a medieval delicacy used as a dairy substitute during religious fasting periods, has been reinvented as a modern plant-based milk alternative and has become one of the fastest-growing food products of the early 21st century. Almond butter, almond flour for gluten-free baking, and almond-based dairy alternatives have similarly proliferated across health food and mainstream grocery markets. The almond's journey from ancient Silk Road luxury to California commodity to modern health food ingredient is a remarkable arc that spans 10,000 years and 3 continents. Few foods have traveled as far geographically or culturally, from the mountain forests of Central Asia to the boutique coffee shops of Brooklyn and the health food aisles of every major supermarket in the world. It remains, at its core, the same sweet nut that ancient farmers selected from bitter wild trees, a small, concentrated package of nutrition and flavor that has sustained human appetite across civilizations and millennia. Chapter 28. Soybeans and Tofu. The protein that fed Buddhist Asia. In the year 1920, a Chinese-American chemist named Yamei Qin testified before the United States Congress that the soybean could solve America's wartime protein shortage, feed the world's hungry, and replace meat in the American diet. She was almost entirely ignored. A century later, Tofu, the soybean curd she championed, is available in every major supermarket in the English-speaking world, and soy protein is an ingredient in thousands of processed foods consumed daily by people who have never heard of the remarkable woman who first argued for it on Capitol Hill. Tofu's Chinese origins. Tofu was invented in China around the 2nd century BCE, attributed by legend to the Han Dynasty Prince Liu An, though the historical evidence for this specific origin is uncertain. The process, soaking and grinding soybeans, cooking the resulting milk, and then coagulating it with a mineral salt such as calcium sulfate or magnesium chloride, is conceptually similar to cheesemaking and may have been inspired by contact between Chinese and Central Asian dairy cultures along the Silk Road. The result is a versatile protein food that absorbs flavors readily, can be prepared in dozens of ways, and provides complete protein comparable to animal sources. Tofu spread through China and then to Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and Southeast Asia along Buddhist trade and pilgrimage routes. Buddhism's prohibition on killing animals for food created a persistent need for plant-based protein in Buddhist communities, and tofu filled this need almost perfectly. Japanese Buddhist monks developed an extraordinary repertoire of tofu preparations. The kaiseki cuisine of Zen temples includes dishes of breathtaking delicacy made from tofu, incorporating textures and flavors that challenge Western assumptions about what plant-based food can achieve. Regional tofu traditions across Asia. The diversity of tofu across East and Southeast Asia reflects both the versatility of the ingredient and the creativity of the cooks who have worked with it for over 2 millennia. In Japan, regional tofu styles vary enormously. The silky gomadofu of Koyasan, actually made from sesame, not soy, the firm cotton tofu of Kyoto, the delicate udofu hot pot of winter, and the fermented tofuyo of Okinawa, aged in rice wine and red mold to produce a cheese-like delicacy that bears almost no resemblance to fresh tofu. Each reflects local water chemistry, local culinary culture, and local agricultural traditions. In Sichuan province, China, mapo tofu, soft tofu in a fiery sauce of dubanjiang, fermented bean paste, Sichuan peppercorns, garlic, and ground pork has become one of the most famous and widely reproduced dishes in Chinese cuisine. In Korean cuisine, sundubu jjigae, a spicy soft tofu stew with vegetables, mushrooms, and egg, is a staple of Korean comfort food. The ingredient that Buddhist monks adopted for its quiet neutrality has been transformed by secular cooks into vehicles for some of the world's most assertive flavors. Tofu goes west. Tofu arrived in the United States in the late 19th century with Chinese and Japanese immigrants, and remained largely unknown outside Asian communities until the 1970s, when the American countercultures turned toward vegetarianism, macrobiotics, and Asian philosophy created a market for plant-based protein foods. Francis Moore Lappe's Diet for a Small Planet, 1971, which argued that plant-based diets were more environmentally efficient than meat-based ones, was enormously influential, and tofu became a symbol of conscientious eating even if its reputation for blandness made it an object of gentle mockery. The challenge for tofu in Western markets was cultural as much as culinary. Western cooks who treated it as a meat substitute and simply substituted it into meat-based recipes without adapting the cooking method consistently produced disappointing results. The insight that tofu is not a substitute for meat but a completely different ingredient requiring different techniques, pressing, freezing, marinating, frying at high heat to develop crisp exteriors, transformed tofu's prospects, and the rise of skilled Asian American cooking in the early 21st century has done more to rehabilitate tofu's reputation than any amount of health advocacy. The future of plant protein. Today tofu is positioned at the intersection of several powerful trends: the environmental case for reducing meat consumption, the growing body of research on plant-based diets and health, and the rising influence of Asian cuisines on global food culture. Global tofu consumption has grown substantially, driven not only by East Asian markets but by a new generation of Western consumers who have learned to cook with it skillfully. Beyond traditional tofu, soy protein is the basis of the most commercially successful meat alternatives of the early 21st century. The Impossible Burger's primary protein comes from soy. Beyond Meat uses pea protein, but many competing products use soy. Textured soy protein, also called TVP, has been used in processed foods for decades as a cheap meat extender. The ancient Buddhist food technology that Liuan allegedly invented in a Han Dynasty palace has become the protein infrastructure of the modern meat alternative industry, a trajectory that would astonish the monks who first valued it for enabling a life without killing. Chapter 29. Dates. The fruit that sustained desert civilizations. In the Sahara and Arabian deserts, there is a saying, "When you see a date palm, you are safe." The date palm produces fruit in conditions that would defeat almost any other food plant in searing heat, with minimal water, in soil too alkaline for most crops. For thousands of years across the vast arid belt from Morocco to Pakistan, the date palm was not merely a food source but the foundation of entire economies, the shade under which settlements survived, and a cultural symbol so deeply embedded that it appears on the flags and emblems of several nations to this day. The tree of life in ancient civilizations. Date palms were domesticated in the region between Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf around 5,000 years ago, though they may have been cultivated even earlier. The ancient Mesopotamians regarded the date palm as sacred, depicting it in art and architecture as the tree of life. Assyrian reliefs show a stylized palm flanked by divine figures performing a ritual that scholars interpret as artificial pollination, evidence that ancient Mesopotamian farmers understood date palm reproduction and managed it actively, a sophisticated agricultural practice for the era. The date palm provided not only fruit but almost everything else a desert community needed. Palm fronds were used for thatching, basket weaving, and rope. The trunk provided timber. The seeds were ground for animal feed. Fermented date juice produced an alcoholic drink. Fresh dates provided rapidly digestible sugar. Dried dates provided a calorie-dense preserved food that could sustain travelers and soldiers across desert distances impossible on any other diet. Ibn Battuta, the 14th-century Moroccan explorer who traveled more widely than any person of his era, described subsisting for weeks at a time on little more than dried dates and water. Dates and the Hajj. The date palm's association with Islam is profound. The Prophet Muhammad is recorded in the Hadith as having recommended breaking the Ramadan fast with dates, a tradition followed by Muslims worldwide to this day. The palm tree appears in the Quran as a symbol of God's provision and bounty. Medina, one of Islam's holiest cities, was surrounded by date palm oases that provided both the city's primary food source and its agricultural wealth in the early Islamic period. The annual Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, which draws millions of Muslims from around the world, has historically moved enormous quantities of dates along trade routes throughout the Islamic world. Dates from Medina and the Hijaz, the region of Western Arabia containing Mecca and Medina, carry particular religious prestige and are sold in elaborate packaging to pilgrims who bring them home as sacred gifts. The date trade associated with the Hajj has been an important commercial dimension of the pilgrimage economy for 14 centuries. Iraqi dates and the decline of a legacy. Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, was once the world's leading date producer and exporter, home to over 30 million date palms and producing roughly 80% of global exports in the early 20th century. Iraqi dates, particularly the prized Medjool and Bahi varieties, were regarded as among the finest in the world. The date palm groves along the Shatt al-Arab waterway at the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates were one of the most productive agricultural landscapes in the Middle East. Decades of war, sanctions, and neglect have devastated Iraq's date palm heritage. The Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s destroyed much of the Shatt al-Arab palm groves. Subsequent conflicts and the breakdown of agricultural infrastructure reduced Iraq's date production from a global dominant to a fraction of its former capacity. Today, the date market is dominated by Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iran, and Algeria, countries that have invested in modern date cultivation while Iraq's groves have gone unmaintained. The recovery of Iraq's date palm heritage has become a symbol, for many Iraqis, of the broader project of national reconstruction. Dates in the modern world. Global date consumption has grown substantially in the 21st century, driven by rising affluence in Muslim-majority countries, growing health consciousness in Western markets, Dates are marketed as a natural sweetener rich in potassium, fiber, and antioxidants, and the expanding influence of Middle Eastern cuisine internationally. The medjool date, large, soft, and intensely sweet, has achieved premium status in Western food culture, sold at farmers' markets and health food stores at prices that reflect its labor-intensive cultivation. Climate change presents a paradox for date production. Dates thrive in heat, and warming temperatures may expand the potential growing range of the date palm into regions currently too cool. But the water scarcity associated with climate change threatens the irrigation systems that even desert-adapted date palms require for maximum productivity. Saudi Arabia, one of the world's largest date producers, has invested in desalination-fed irrigation to maintain production in a country where fossil water resources are being depleted. The fruit that sustained desert civilizations for 5,000 years now depends, in its industrial form, on some of the most energy-intensive water technology in existence. Chapter 30. Peanuts. The humble legume that fed nations. The peanut is, strictly speaking, not a nut. It is a legume, a cousin of the bean and the lentil, that uniquely ripens its seeds underground after the flower is pollinated. This botanical eccentricity made it easy to overlook and hard to classify, and for a long time Europeans who encountered it in the Americas did exactly that. They were wrong to do so. The peanut would go on to fuel the diets of enslaved Africans, sustain Allied soldiers in 2 world wars, feed impoverished communities from Alabama to West Africa, and become one of the most recognizable flavors in the world. Andean origins and African adoption. Peanuts were domesticated in the Gran Chaco region of South America, probably in what is now Bolivia and northern Argentina, around 7,000 years ago. They spread northward through South America and into Central America and the Caribbean, where Spanish and Portuguese colonizers encountered them in the 16th century and began transporting them on ships. Unlike many New World crops, peanuts spread to Africa, India, and Southeast Asia relatively quickly, partly because Portuguese traders recognized their value as a durable, high-protein provision for the Middle Passage voyage. In West Africa, peanuts, called groundnuts, were adopted with remarkable enthusiasm and integrated into local cuisines that had previously relied on other oilseeds. West African groundnut stew, made with peanut paste, tomatoes, onions, and spices, became a staple across a broad swath of sub-Saharan Africa and is today one of the most widely eaten dishes on the continent. The peanut arrived in Africa through the slave trade and then became, in the hands of African cooks, a genuinely African food, an example of cultural transformation through cuisine that has few parallels in food history. George Washington Carver and the peanut's American transformation. In the American South after the Civil War, the single-crop cotton economy had exhausted the soil across millions of acres, leaving formerly productive farmland depleted and farming families, black and white alike, impoverished. George Washington Carver, an agricultural scientist at Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, spent decades developing and promoting alternative crops that could both restore soil fertility. Peanuts, like all legumes, fix atmospheric nitrogen, and provide income for struggling farmers. Carver's promotion of the peanut was so thorough and creative, he developed over 300 products derived from peanuts, including cosmetics, dyes, plastics, and foods, that he became inseparably associated with the legume in American popular memory. His primary achievement, however, was not the product list. Most of his inventions were never commercially viable, but the cultural shift. By the early 20th century, peanut farming had spread across the South, peanut butter had become a mainstream American food, and the peanut had been transformed from a subsistence crop into a valuable commodity. Peanut butter, an American original. Peanut butter is one of the most distinctly American foods, not because peanuts are American, they are, but their South American origin is often forgotten, but because the specific product and its cultural significance are thoroughly American. Peanut butter was promoted at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair and quickly became a standard item in American pantries, valued for its protein content, shelf stability, and versatility. The combination of peanut butter and jelly on white bread, the PB&J sandwich, became a defining element of American childhood food culture in the mid-20th century. During World War II, Peanut butter was included in American military rations as a portable, shelf-stable protein source, and returning soldiers brought their taste for it home and eventually exported it to the rest of the world. Today peanut butter is consumed in significant quantities in countries around the globe, though it remains most deeply embedded in American food culture. The Netherlands, influenced by American military presence after World War II, is the highest per capita peanut butter consumer outside North America. Peanuts and the allergy crisis. The peanut's extraordinary success as a food has been accompanied by an equally extraordinary public health challenge, the rise of peanut allergy, which has become one of the most common and most severe food allergies in the developed world. The prevalence of peanut allergy in Western countries has increased roughly threefold since the 1990s, and peanut-triggered anaphylaxis is a leading cause of food allergy deaths. Airplane peanut bans, school nut-free policies, and EpiPen prescriptions have become facts of life for millions of families. The causes of the peanut allergy epidemic are actively debated. Leading theories include the hygiene hypothesis, reduced childhood exposure to microbes reduces immune system calibration, the timing of peanut introduction in infancy, a landmark 2015 study, the LEAP trial, found that early introduction of peanuts actually reduces allergy rates, and the effects of peanut protein processing, roasted peanuts, common in Western markets, may be more allergenic than boiled peanuts common in Asia, potentially explaining geographic differences in allergy rates. The peanut, which fed the world's poor for centuries, has become a source of genuine danger for a significant minority of the wealthy world's children. Chapter 31. Garlic. The stinking rose that built the pyramids. In ancient Egypt, workers building the pyramids at Giza were partially paid in garlic, onions, and radishes. Herodotus recorded that an inscription on the Great Pyramid listed the quantities of these vegetables consumed by its builders, a claim that, even if embellished, reflects how central garlic and its relatives were to ancient Egyptian life and labor. For 5,000 years, garlic has been simultaneously one of the most medicinally prized and socially contested foods in human history, beloved by peasants and soldiers, avoided by aristocrats and priests, and recently vindicated by science as genuinely, remarkably good for you. Ancient origins and global spread. Garlic, Allium sativum, was domesticated in Central Asia, probably in what is now Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan, and has been cultivated for at least 5,000 years. It appears in ancient Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Chinese, and Indian texts as both food and medicine. The ancient Egyptians fed it to workers to maintain their strength. Greek athletes ate it before competitions for the same reason. Roman soldiers carried it on campaigns, and Roman farmers were said to plant it wherever they settled. Garlic's global spread was facilitated by its extraordinary resilience and ease of cultivation. The bulb keeps well, grows in a wide range of climates and soils, and can be reproduced simply by planting individual cloves. It arrived in Asia, Africa, and Europe so long ago that in most of these regions it appears simply native, its foreign origin forgotten. In the Americas, wild relatives of garlic existed, but the cultivated Allium sativum arrived with European colonizers in the 16th century and was adopted quickly wherever people found it. The social history of garlic's smell. Garlic's most famous characteristic, its pungent, persistent aroma, has given it a complicated social history. The smell, produced by allicin and related sulfur compounds released when the clove is cut or crushed, penetrates not only the breath but the skin, as the compounds are absorbed into the bloodstream and exhaled through the lungs. This made garlic a food strongly associated with the laboring poor in many cultures. It was cheap, nutritious, and available, but its smell marked its eaters as socially inferior in societies where the wealthy could afford more expensive, less aromatic foods. In medieval Europe and in many Asian aristocratic cultures, garlic was explicitly associated with the lower classes. Aristocrats avoided it. This class distinction persisted surprisingly late. American food culture of the early 20th century, dominated by an Anglo-Saxon Protestant aesthetic that associated strong smells with immigrant communities, treated garlic as disreputable. The transformation of garlic into an acceptable and eventually fashionable ingredient in mainstream American cooking tracks almost exactly the rise of Italian American, Chinese American, and other immigrant cuisines from ethnic margins to cultural mainstream. Garlic as medicine. In virtually every culture that has cultivated garlic for any length of time, it has also been used medicinally, for wound treatment, respiratory infections, digestive problems, parasites, and as a general tonic. This is not entirely folklore. Allicin, the compound responsible for garlic's smell, is a potent antibiotic and antifungal agent. Studies have confirmed garlic's effectiveness against a range of bacteria in laboratory conditions, and traditional uses of garlic for wound treatment and infection prevention have a genuine scientific basis. More recently, research has investigated garlic's effects on cardiovascular health. Multiple studies have found associations between regular garlic consumption and lower blood pressure, reduced LDL cholesterol, and decreased platelet aggregation, all factors associated with reduced risk of heart disease and stroke. The mechanisms are not fully understood, and clinical evidence for garlic supplements is weaker than for dietary garlic, but the overall picture is consistent with the traditional view of garlic as genuinely health-promoting. The ancient claim that it gave the pyramid builders their strength was not entirely wrong. Global garlic culture today. China produces roughly 80% of the world's garlic, and Chinese garlic exports have reshaped global garlic markets over the past 3 decades, displacing domestic production in many countries through sheer price competition. This dominance has generated trade disputes. The European Union and United States have at various times imposed tariffs on Chinese garlic imports, and debates about the social and environmental conditions under which cheap Chinese garlic is produced. The scale of Chinese garlic farming is difficult to comprehend. Individual garlic-growing counties in Shandong province produce more garlic than entire countries elsewhere in the world. Garlic festivals, garlic-themed restaurants, and garlic-centric culinary events have proliferated across the food enthusiast world, reflecting a genuine, widespread affection for an ingredient that was once a mark of poverty. The Gilroy Garlic Festival in California, founded in 1979, draws tens of thousands of visitors annually to celebrate an ingredient that California farmers once had trouble persuading American consumers to buy. Garlic-infused olive oil, black garlic, slowly fermented to develop a sweet, molasses-like complexity, and roasted garlic as a condiment have all become mainstream. The stinking rose, as its admirers affectionately call it, has completed its journey from pyramid workers' ration to celebrated gourmet ingredient, and shows no sign of relinquishing its hold on the world's kitchens. Chapter 32. Salmon. The fish that connects oceans to forests. Every autumn in the rivers of the Pacific Northwest, something miraculous happens. Salmon that have spent years ranging thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean return to the exact streams where they were born, navigating by magnetic field, smell, and instinct. They fight their way upstream through rapids and waterfalls, and then they die, their bodies decomposing to feed the river ecosystems, the forests, the eagles and bears and wolves that surround them. Salmon are not merely a food, they are a keystone species that connects ocean to forest, mountain to sea, and in the cultures of Pacific Northwest indigenous peoples, the living world to the spiritual one. Salmon and Pacific Northwest indigenous cultures. For the indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest, the Chinook, Haida, Tlingit, Salish, Nez Perce, and dozens of other nations, salmon was the foundation of civilization. The extraordinary abundance of Pacific salmon runs provided a reliable, protein-rich food source that could be dried and smoked for year-round consumption, freeing communities from the constant demands of subsistence hunting and gathering and enabling the development of complex social structures, elaborate ceremonial traditions, and remarkable artistic achievements including the monumental totem pole traditions of the coastal peoples. Salmon ceremonies, rituals welcoming the return of the fish, expressing gratitude, and regulating how many could be taken were not merely spiritual practices but sophisticated resource management systems that had maintained salmon populations at extraordinary levels for millennia. The first salmon of the season would be caught, celebrated, and its bones returned to the river to ensure the return of the salmon the following year. These practices encoded ecological knowledge and conservation ethics that sustained both cultures and ecosystems for thousands of years before the arrival of industrial fishing. The ecological role of salmon. Salmon are what ecologists call a keystone species, a species whose impact on its ecosystem is disproportionately large relative to its abundance. When salmon die after spawning, their bodies, full of marine-derived nutrients including nitrogen, phosphorus, and carbon, fertilize the riparian forests that line the rivers. Studies have detected marine-derived nitrogen from salmon carcasses in the tissues of trees growing hundreds of meters from riverbanks, carried there by bears, eagles, and wolves that feed on spawning salmon and deposit the remains in the forest. The loss of salmon runs from river systems does not merely affect human fisheries, it impoverishes entire ecosystems. Rivers with depleted or absent salmon runs support less diverse and less abundant wildlife than rivers with intact runs, and the forests adjacent to those rivers are measurably less productive. The ecological connection between Pacific salmon and Pacific Northwest forests is one of the most compelling illustrations of the interdependence of natural systems and of how the removal of a single species can cascade through an entire landscape. Industrial fishing and the decline of wild salmon. The settlement of the Pacific Northwest by European Americans in the 19th century brought commercial canneries that quickly transformed the artisanal salmon fisheries of indigenous peoples into industrial operations. By the late 19th century, canneries were processing millions of cases of salmon annually, and runs that had seemed inexhaustible were already declining. The construction of dams on major salmon rivers, the Columbia, the Sacramento, the Snake, to provide hydroelectric power and irrigation water blocked salmon migration routes and eliminated spawning habitat across millions of acres of formerly productive river systems. The combination of overfishing, dam construction, habitat degradation, and more recently climate change, which is warming rivers beyond the thermal tolerance of salmon, has produced dramatic declines in wild Pacific salmon populations. Chinook salmon runs on the Columbia River have fallen to a fraction of their historical levels, and several salmon populations are listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. The debate over whether to remove major dams on the Columbia and Snake rivers to restore salmon migration is one of the most contentious environmental policy questions in the American West. Farmed salmon and its controversies. Aquaculture has filled some of the gap left by declining wild salmon stocks. Norway pioneered industrial Atlantic salmon farming in the 1970s, and today farmed salmon is the most widely consumed fish in the United States, available at prices far below wild salmon. The industry has grown to produce over 2 million tons of salmon annually worldwide. Farmed salmon has attracted persistent controversy. Salmon farms concentrate fish in densities that promote disease and parasites, particularly sea lice, which can transfer from farmed fish to wild salmon migrating past farms. Escaped farmed fish can interbreed with wild populations, diluting their genetic adaptation to local conditions. The feed for farmed salmon, traditionally based on wild-caught fish meal, creates its own sustainability challenge. Proponents of salmon farming argue that improvements in feed formulation, disease management, and farm siting are addressing these concerns. Critics argue that the fundamental model of intensive aquaculture is incompatible with the ecological values that make wild salmon important. The argument continues, in fish farms and courtrooms, with no resolution in sight. Chapter 33. Sourdough and Fermented Grains. The living bread that predates history. In a laboratory at Washington University in St. Louis, a microbiologist named Rob Dunn has been collecting sourdough starters from bakers around the world, from professional bakeries in San Francisco, from home kitchens in Denmark, from an ancient bakery in Egypt, to study the microbial communities that make each starter unique. What he has found is extraordinary. Each starter is a distinct ecosystem, a community of wild yeast and lactic acid bacteria that reflects the flour, the water, the hands, and the air of its place of origin. Sourdough is not a recipe, it is a living organism with a history. The ancient origins of fermented grain. Sourdough, bread leavened with a culture of wild yeast and lactic acid bacteria rather than commercial yeast, is the original form of leavened bread, developed thousands of years before anyone understood what fermentation was. The earliest evidence of leavened bread dates to ancient Egypt, around 3000 BCE, and the leavening was almost certainly wild. Flour mixed with water, left in a warm environment, captured wild yeasts from the air and the grain and began to ferment. The baker who discovered that fermented dough produced lighter, more flavorful bread than unfermented dough made one of the most consequential culinary discoveries in history. For the next 4,000 years, until the late 19th century, essentially all leavened bread was sourdough made with a live culture maintained continuously by the baker, fed regularly with fresh flour and water, and used day after day to leaven new batches. The concept of a baker's starter, a community of microbes maintained as a living inheritance, sometimes for generations, was so fundamental to bakery practice that in many cultures, the starter was treated as a precious possession to be protected, shared only with trusted people, and never allowed to die. The microbiology of sourdough. A mature sourdough starter is a complex microbial ecosystem in a state of dynamic equilibrium. Wild yeasts, primarily species of Saccharomyces and Kazakhstania, produce carbon dioxide that leavens the bread and alcohol that contributes to flavor. Lactic acid bacteria, primarily species of Lactobacillus, produce lactic and acetic acids that give sourdough its characteristic tang and that inhibit the growth of harmful bacteria and molds, effectively preserving the bread. The interaction between these organisms, the specific strains present, the temperature of fermentation, the type of flour used, and the hydration level of the starter all contribute to the final flavor of the bread. Research has shown that the microbial communities in sourdough starters from different parts of the world are genuinely different. San Francisco sourdough contains Lactobacillus sanfrancisensis, now renamed Fructolactobacillus sanfrancisensis, a species that produces the particularly pronounced tang associated with that style. The terroir of bread, the idea that bread expresses something specific about the place where it is made, turns out to have a microbial basis, not just a poetic one. The industrialization and near-death of sourdough. The commercial production of purified baker's yeast in the late 19th century, and the development of the Chorleywood bread process in the 1960s, came close to eliminating sourdough from the commercial bread supply. Commercially yeasted bread could be produced faster, more consistently, and more cheaply than sourdough. The slow, unpredictable, labor-intensive sourdough process had no place in industrial bakeries optimized for throughput and uniformity. For most of the 20th century, sourdough survived mainly in regional traditions, the San Francisco sourdough kept alive by a handful of old bakeries, the rye sourdoughs of Germany and Scandinavia maintained in artisan bakeries that had never abandoned them, the levain breads of French village bakers. In most English-speaking countries, sourdough was essentially unknown outside specialty bread circles. Its revival as a mainstream phenomenon in the 2000s and 2010s was driven by artisan bakers, food writers, and a growing public awareness of the differences in flavor, nutrition, and digestibility between properly fermented and industrially produced bread. The sourdough renaissance. The 21st century sourdough revival has been one of the most significant shifts in bread culture in a century. Artisan bakeries producing naturally leavened breads have proliferated in cities across the world. Books like Chad Robertson's Tartine Bread became unexpected bestsellers, introducing home bakers to the techniques of long-fermented sourdough. The COVID-19 lockdowns of 2020 produced a global explosion of sourdough home baking, as millions of people with time on their hands and anxiety about food supplies began cultivating starters and learning to bake bread from scratch. Beyond fashion, there is genuine nutritional substance to the sourdough revival. Research suggests that the long fermentation of sourdough breaks down phytic acid, which inhibits mineral absorption in whole grain bread, partially predigests gluten proteins, potentially reducing digestive stress for people who are not celiac but who find conventional bread difficult, and produces a lower glycemic response than conventionally yeasted bread. The living bread that humans have been making for 4,000 years turns out to have been doing things for our bodies that we are only now beginning to understand scientifically. Chapter 34. Mushrooms. The kingdom that feeds, heals, and intoxicates. Mushrooms are not plants. They are not animals. They belong to a separate kingdom of life, fungi, that is in some ways more closely related to animals than to the plants they superficially resemble. For most of human history, this biological strangeness made mushrooms objects of fascination, reverence, and fear. They appear suddenly, in the night, growing from dead wood or bare earth without visible seeds. Some are delicious, some are deadly, a few produce visions that have shaped religious traditions across cultures. The mushroom is the most mysterious food in human experience. Wild mushroom traditions across cultures. The gathering and eating of wild mushrooms is one of the oldest food practices in human history, predating agriculture by hundreds of thousands of years. Every culture that has inhabited temperate or tropical forests has developed knowledge of which mushrooms are safe to eat and which are deadly, knowledge transmitted through generations of careful observation, occasionally punctuated by fatal mistakes. This local foraging knowledge is extraordinarily specific. Mushroom identifications that are reliable in one ecosystem may be dangerously misleading in another, and the consequences of error can be lethal. In Japan, the autumn mushroom season is a cultural event of the first order. Matsutake mushrooms, Tricholoma matsutake, are among the most prized and expensive foods in Japanese cuisine, valued for their distinctive spicy aroma and their association with the pine forests where they grow. A single matsutake can cost hundreds of dollars. The elaborate culture surrounding their gathering, preparation, and gift-giving represents a Japanese aesthetic sensibility that values the ephemeral, the seasonal, and the relationship between human culture and the natural world. Anthropologist Anna Zing's book Mushroom at the End of the World follows the global commodity chain of the matsutake from Oregon forests to Japanese dinner tables, using it as a lens for understanding global capitalism and ecological precarity. Truffles, the underground gold. Of all wild fungi, truffles command the most extraordinary prices and inspire the most devoted pursuit. The black Perigord truffle, Tuber melanosporum, and the white Alba truffle, Tuber magnatum, are among the most expensive foods by weight in the world, with white truffles reaching prices of several $1,000s per kilogram in peak seasons. Truffles grow underground, in mycorrhizal association with specific tree species, and must be located by smell using trained dogs. Pigs were traditionally used, but tended to eat what they found. The truffle's extraordinary aroma, complex, earthy, sometimes described as musky or sexual, has been the subject of scientific investigation. Truffles produce compounds including androstenone and androstenol, steroids also found in human sweat, which may explain their remarkable appeal to both pigs and people. The cultivation of truffles, inoculating tree seedlings with truffle spores and planting truffle orchards, has expanded production somewhat, but the finest truffles remain a product of specific wild ecosystems that cannot be fully replicated, sustaining their rarity and price. Deadly mushrooms and the poison literature. The deadly mushrooms are among the most potent natural poisons known. The deathcap Amanita phaloides contains amatoxins that destroy liver and kidney cells in a process that unfolds over several days, with initial symptoms that may seem mild and then sudden, catastrophic organ failure. There is no effective antidote, treatment is supportive, and even with the best medical care, a significant percentage of serious omotoshin poisonings are fatal. The deathcap is responsible for the majority of fatal mushroom poisonings worldwide and has killed experienced mushroom foragers who mistook it for edible species. Mushroom poisonings have killed emperors and popes. The Roman Emperor Claudius, the Holy Roman Emperor Charles VI, and Pope Clement VII are all said to have died from mushroom poisoning, though the historical evidence varies in reliability. The deaths, whether accurately attributed or not, reflect a cultural awareness that mushrooms, for all their culinary appeal, carry a risk that no other food category matches. The phrase "all mushrooms are edible," some only once captures a dark truth that mushroom foragers have been navigating for as long as humans have foraged. Medicinal and psychedelic mushrooms. Beyond culinary mushrooms, fungi have profound medical significance. Penicillin, the first antibiotic, discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1928 when a penicillium mold contaminated a bacterial culture, is a fungal product that has saved hundreds of millions of lives. Statins, the most widely prescribed class of drugs in the world, were first derived from a fungus. Cyclosporine, the immunosuppressant drug that made organ transplantation possible, came from a soil fungus. The pharmaceutical contributions of the fungal kingdom to modern medicine are incalculable. Psilocybin mushrooms, containing the psychoactive compound psilocybin, which the brain metabolizes into psilocin, have been used in indigenous spiritual ceremonies across Mesoamerica for centuries and are now the subject of serious clinical research for the treatment of depression, addiction, end-of-life anxiety, and PTSD. Early clinical trials have shown remarkable results, with single therapeutic sessions producing lasting reductions in treatment-resistant depression that conventional pharmaceuticals cannot match. The mysterious, boundary-crossing kingdom of fungi, which feeds us, kills us, heals us, and alters our minds, remains one of the most consequential and least understood parts of the living world. Chapter 35. Lentils. The humble pulse that sustained civilizations. In the book of Genesis, Esau sells his birthright to his brother Jacob for a bowl of lentil stew. The story is told as evidence of Esau's impulsive nature, who would trade an inheritance for a bowl of soup. But for anyone who has eaten a really good red lentil soup with cumin, coriander, and a squeeze of lemon, the transaction seems less irrational than it might appear. Lentils have sustained human civilization for 10,000 years, and the people who ate them were not making a poor choice, they were eating one of the most nutritious, economical, and delicious foods ever cultivated. One of the world's oldest cultivated foods. Lentils, Lens culinaris, were domesticated in the Fertile Crescent around 10,000 years ago, making them among the earliest cultivated crops in the world. Archaeological evidence of lentil cultivation has been found at sites in Syria, Turkey, and the Jordan Valley dating to the pre-pottery Neolithic period, before the invention of ceramic vessels. These ancient farmers valued lentils for the same qualities that make them valuable today. They are high in protein and fiber, rich in iron and folate, drought-tolerant, able to fix atmospheric nitrogen, improving soil fertility, and capable of drying and storing for years without significant nutritional loss. Unlike wheat and barley, which were sometimes grown primarily as luxury crops for elite consumption or brewing, lentils were consistently the food of ordinary people, the protein foundation of diets that could not afford meat, the substance that made bread and grain more nutritionally complete. The combination of grain and legume, bread and lentils, rice and dal, maize and beans, provides a complete amino acid profile that neither food alone supplies. This dietary complementarity, discovered empirically by ancient farmers, has sustained the health of populations across the world for millennia. Dal and the Indian subcontinent. No cuisine has developed the potential of lentils and other legumes as thoroughly as the cuisines of the Indian subcontinent. Dal, the general term for cooked dried lentils, peas, or beans, which is both the ingredient and the dish, is the protein backbone of Indian cooking across all regions, religions, and income levels. India produces and consumes more lentils than any other country, and the diversity of Indian dal preparations is extraordinary. The silky Mysore dal of Bengal, the earthy chana dal of the Punjab, the elaborate sambar of Tamil Nadu, the celebratory dal makhani of Mughal-influenced North Indian cuisine. The centrality of dal to Indian cooking is inseparable from the influence of vegetarianism on Indian culture. The Ahimsa principle, non-violence toward living beings, advocated by both Hindu and Jain traditions, discouraged meat consumption for significant portions of the population, making the nutritional completeness achievable through grain-legume combinations not a dietary choice but a cultural necessity. Generations of Indian cooks developed extraordinary sophistication in extracting maximum flavor and nutrition from lentils, a culinary tradition that is increasingly recognized globally as both delicious and environmentally sustainable. Lentils in the Mediterranean and Middle East. Beyond South Asia, lentils are fundamental to the cuisines of the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean in ways that reflect their 10,000-year history in these regions. Egyptian kushari, a street food dish combining rice, lentils, macaroni, tomato sauce, And fried onions, that is sometimes called Egypt's national dish, is a casually brilliant combination of textures and flavors that reflect centuries of culinary layering in a country where lentils have been cultivated since the pharaohs. Lebanese mujadara, lentils and rice or bulgur topped with caramelized onions, is one of the oldest continuously made dishes in the world, appearing in Arabic cookbooks 1,000 years ago in its current form. The Turkish red lentil soup, mercimek çorbası, is perhaps the most universally beloved lentil preparation, velvety, mildly spiced, finished with paprika butter, served at every level of Turkish society from the humblest market stall to the most sophisticated restaurant. Its combination of simplicity, depth of flavor, and nutritional completeness makes it an almost perfect food, and its ubiquity in Turkish culture reflects the lentil's 10,000-year presence in the region where it was first cultivated. Lentils and the future of protein. As the environmental costs of meat production have become better understood, lentils and other pulses have attracted renewed attention as sustainable protein sources. Producing a kilogram of lentil protein requires a fraction of the land, water, and energy needed to produce a kilogram of beef protein. Lentils' nitrogen-fixing properties mean they require little or no synthetic fertilizer. Their tolerance for drought and heat makes them valuable in the agricultural systems that will need to adapt to climate change. Global lentil production has grown substantially over the past 3 decades, driven by rising demand from health-conscious consumers in wealthy countries, the growing Indian middle class, and the food security needs of lower-income countries. Canada is now the world's largest lentil producer, having established a major lentil industry in Saskatchewan in the 1970s that now exports to over 100 countries. The humble legume that Esau traded his birthright for has never been more valuable nor more relevant to the future of human nutrition. Chapter 36. Noodles and pasta. The world's most traveled comfort food. Few foods have generated more nationalist controversy than the noodle. Italians insist that pasta is Italian, Chinese claim that noodles originated in China, Marco Polo is popularly credited with bringing noodles from China to Italy, a story that food historians dismiss as apocryphal but that refuses to die. The truth, as is often the case in food history, is both more complicated and more interesting. Noodles and pasta appear to have been invented independently in multiple cultures, reflecting the universal human discovery that extruded or rolled grain dough, cooked in boiling water, is one of the most satisfying foods that human ingenuity has yet produced. The origins question. The oldest physical evidence of noodles is a 4,000-year-old bowl of millet noodles found preserved in an overturned earthenware vessel at the Lajia archaeological site in China in 2002. This find predates any known European pasta by over 2,000 years and appears to confirm that noodle making originated in China, or at least that China has the earliest documented evidence. Chinese noodle traditions are indeed extraordinarily diverse: hand-pulled lamian, knife-cut daoxiaomian, thin wheat vermicelli, thick rice noodles, buckwheat soba, reflecting thousands of years of regional development across a vast country with diverse climates and crops. Italian pasta has a more ambiguous early history. References to pasta-like preparations appear in medieval Italian documents, and the Arab geographer al-Idrisi mentioned dried pasta being made in Sicily in the 12th century, Sicily being then under Arab influence, which may reflect a transmission from the Arab world. By the 13th century, dried pasta was definitely being made and traded in Italian cities. Whether this arrived from the Arab world, was independently invented, or has some connection to Chinese traditions transmitted along the Silk Road is genuinely uncertain. Italy and the pasta revolution. Whatever its origins, pasta became so thoroughly Italian that it is now effectively impossible to imagine Italian cuisine without it. The extraordinary diversity of Italian pasta forms, over 300 named shapes, each with its own ideal sauce pairings, regional traditions, and historical contexts, represents a level of culinary specificity unmatched by any other single ingredient in any cuisine. The insistence of Bolognese that their ragu should dress tagliatelle, not spaghetti, the Venetian preference for bigoli in salsa, the Sicilian use of pasta with sardines, pine nuts, and saffron, these are not casual preferences but deeply held cultural identities. The industrialization of pasta production in the 19th century centered in Naples and Gragnano, where the combination of local durum wheat, mountain spring water, and sea breezes ideal for outdoor drying produced pasta of exceptional quality, enabled pasta to become a staple food rather than an occasional luxury. Factory production, bronze dyes, which give pasta its characteristically rough surface that holds sauce, and the development of extrusion technology eventually created the global pasta industry that now supplies over 10 million tons of pasta per year. Asian noodle diversity. The diversity of Asian noodle traditions reflects the continent's extraordinary agricultural and cultural variety. Chinese noodles range from the hand-pulled wheat noodles of Lanzhou, stretched and folded until they achieve astonishing length and thinness, to the wide, flat ribbon noodles of Shaanxi, to the thin rice vermicelli of Guangdong. Japanese ramen, developed in the 20th century from Chinese wheat noodle traditions adapted to Japanese ingredients and tastes, has become a global phenomenon, with regional styles, Sapporo miso ramen, Hakata tonkotsu ramen, Tokyo shoyu ramen, that inspire devoted followings. Southeast Asian noodle traditions are equally diverse and equally compelling. Vietnamese pho, the fragrant beef or chicken broth served with rice noodles, herbs, and accompaniments, has become one of the most widely known dishes outside its country of origin, a Vietnamese national food that carries the country's colonial and post-war history in its very composition. The beef bone broth technique adapted from French pot-au-feu, the star anise and cinnamon from Chinese influence, the fresh herbs and fish sauce that are unmistakably Vietnamese. Noodles as global comfort food. The universal appeal of noodles across cultures that have no historical connection to each other suggests something fundamental about human food preferences. Long strands of starch cooked in flavorful liquid, with the satisfying texture of al dente bite, the warmth of broth, the completeness of a meal in a single bowl, these qualities cross cultural boundaries with unusual ease. Instant noodles, invented by Nissin's Momofuku Ando in 1958, became one of the most globally successful food products in history, sold in over 100 countries, consumed at a rate of over 100 billion servings annually, and serving as a survival food in refugee camps, a student staple in dormitories, and a midnight snack in offices worldwide. The instant noodles' global success reflects both the universal appeal of the noodle format and the ingenuity of its industrial execution. Pre-cooked, dehydrated noodles with a flavor sachet that can produce something resembling a satisfying meal in 3 minutes with nothing but hot water. That this product has been embraced equally in Japan, Nigeria, Indonesia, Mexico, and everywhere in between says something important about the noodle's fundamental appeal and about the remarkable adaptability of one of humanity's oldest culinary inventions. Chapter 37. Cacao in Africa. How Ghana became chocolate country. West Africa produces roughly 70% of the world's cocoa, yet West Africans did not encounter the cacao tree until the 19th century. It came from the Americas, brought by European colonizers who understood its commercial potential. The transformation of West Africa into the world's dominant cocoa region is one of the most consequential agricultural stories of the past 2 centuries, and it is inseparable from the history of colonialism, slavery, and the ongoing inequities of the global commodity trade. Today, the farmers who grow most of the world's chocolate have often never tasted a chocolate bar. The introduction of cacao to West Africa. Cacao was introduced to what is now Ghana, then the British Gold Coast colony, in the 1870s, when a Ghanaian farmer named Teteth Kwashi brought cacao pods from Fernando Po, present-day Bioko, Equatorial Guinea, where Portuguese colonists had established cacao cultivation. Kwashi planted the trees on his farm in the eastern Gold Coast, demonstrated that they could thrive in the local climate and soil, and began distributing planting material to neighboring farmers. Within a generation, cocoa farming had spread across the Gold Coast through smallholder farmers operating on their own land, not on colonial plantations. This smallholder model, in which cocoa is grown on farms of a few acres by individual families rather than on large plantations, remains characteristic of West African cocoa production today. It is fundamentally different from the plantation model that produced sugar and later cotton in the Americas, and it gave Ghanaian and Ivorian farmers a degree of autonomy that plantation workers lacked. By 1911, the Gold Coast had become the world's largest cocoa producer, a position of economic significance that became central to the independence movement led by Kwame Nkrumah in the 1950s. Cocoa and Ghanaian independence. When Kwame Nkrumah led Ghana to independence in 1957, the first sub-Saharan African country to achieve independence from colonial rule, cocoa was both the economic foundation of the new nation and a symbol of its capacity for self-determination. Nkrumah established the Ghana Cocoa Board to manage cocoa marketing and pricing, ensuring that farmers received stable prices while the government captured export revenue for national development. The strategy was not without controversy. The board's pricing sometimes disadvantaged farmers, but it represented a deliberate effort to manage a commodity that colonial powers had previously controlled entirely for their own benefit. The politics of cocoa pricing have remained central to Ghanaian and Ivorian political economy ever since. Both countries have experimented with various forms of marketing board control and market liberalization, seeking the balance between farmer welfare and national revenue generation that has always been difficult to achieve for commodity-dependent economies. The International Cocoa Organization, founded in 1973, was partly an effort to manage cocoa prices at the global level, an ambition that has been only partially achieved. The price problem. The fundamental economic problem of West African cocoa is that the people who do the hardest agricultural work receive the smallest share of the final value. A chocolate bar sold for $3 in a European supermarket generates roughly 6 to 10% in income for the farmer who grew the cocoa, perhaps 18 to 30 cents. The rest is captured by processors, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers, most of them based in wealthy countries. Despite producing the majority of the world's cocoa, West Africa has never established significant chocolate manufacturing capacity. The cocoa is exported as raw beans and processed elsewhere. Efforts to change this, to move cocoa processing and chocolate manufacturing to producing countries, capturing more value locally, have faced structural obstacles including tariff escalation. Importing countries charge higher tariffs on processed chocolate than on raw beans, lack of infrastructure, and the consolidated buying power of major chocolate companies. Ghana and Ivory Coast announced a kitchen table in 2019, refusing to sell cocoa below a floor price and demanding a living income differential premium from chocolate companies. It was a significant moment of producer solidarity, though whether it will substantially change farmer incomes over the long term remains to be seen. The future of West African cocoa. Climate change is projected to significantly reduce the area suitable for cocoa cultivation in West Africa by mid-century, as temperatures rise and rainfall patterns become more erratic. The cocoa belt, already shifting toward higher elevations, may contract substantially, threatening the livelihoods of millions of smallholder farming families who have no other significant income source. International research programs are developing more heat-tolerant and drought-resistant cocoa varieties, but distributing improved planting material and the knowledge to use it to millions of small farmers is a massive logistical challenge. The intersection of climate change, child labor, farmer poverty, and corporate accountability has made West African cocoa one of the most visible test cases for questions about how global commodity chains can be made more equitable and sustainable. Whether the chocolate industry, worth over $100 billion globally, can or will transform itself in ways that genuinely benefit the farmers at the bottom of the supply chain is one of the defining ethical questions of 21st century food consumption. Chapter 38. Olive trees. Living monuments of the Mediterranean. There is an olive tree in the Garden of Gethsemane in Jerusalem that is believed to be over 2,000 years old. There are olive trees on the island of Crete that may be 3,000 years old, still producing fruit, still tended by farmers whose ancestors planted them in the Bronze Age. No other cultivated plant has this relationship with human time. The olive tree is essentially immortal by human standards, connecting the people who tend it today to those who planted it generations beyond living memory. To own an old olive grove is to be a temporary custodian of something ancient. Ecology and cultivation. The olive tree's extraordinary longevity is a product of its evolutionary adaptation to the Mediterranean climate: long, dry summers and mild, wet winters, and its remarkable capacity for regeneration. An olive tree can be cut back to the stump and will regrow from the root system. It can survive fire, drought, and apparent death, sending up new shoots from seemingly dead wood. This resilience made the olive a symbol of peace, renewal, and endurance across Mediterranean cultures. The olive branch as a symbol of peace derives from this quality of indestructible persistence. The cultivation of olives requires patience that most agriculture does not demand. A newly planted olive tree takes several years to begin producing fruit and 10 to 15 years to reach full production. An experienced grower investing in an olive grove is investing for future generations, planting trees whose peak productivity will be reached by their grandchildren. This long-time horizon shapes the economics, culture, and psychology of olive farming in ways that distinguish it from annual crops. The decision to plant an olive grove is an act of faith in the future. Harvest and oil production. Olive harvesting remains one of the most labor-intensive agricultural activities in the Mediterranean region, despite mechanization. Traditional hand harvesting, using rakes or combs to pull olives from branches onto nets spread below the trees, is still common, particularly for high-quality extra virgin oil production, because it causes less damage to the fruit than mechanical harvesting and can be timed more precisely to optimal ripeness. Mechanical harvesting using vibrating arms attached to tractors is increasingly common in new plantations designed for mechanization, but old terraced groves with centuries-old trees are often inaccessible to machinery. The quality of olive oil is determined almost entirely by what happens from the moment the olive is picked to the moment the oil is bottled. Olives that are bruised, overripe, or delayed in processing produce oil with elevated acidity and rancidity. Extra virgin olive oil, the highest quality designation, must have an acidity below 0.8% and no defects perceptible to trained tasters. Achieving this quality requires harvesting at the right moment, transporting olives to the mill quickly, processing them the same day, and storing the oil properly away from light, heat, and air. Olive trees under threat. The olive trees of Europe face an existential threat from Xylella fastidiosa, a bacterium spread by insects that causes olive quick decline syndrome, a disease that kills affected trees within a few years and for which there is currently no cure. The bacterium, which originated in the Americas, was detected in the Apulia region of southern Italy in 2013 and has since spread through a region that contains some of the oldest and most productive olive groves in the world, including trees estimated to be over 1,000 years old. The loss of these ancient trees, irreplaceable not only economically but as living historical monuments, has been devastating for affected communities. Efforts to contain the spread through cutting down trees in buffer zones generated intense protests from farmers and preservationists who opposed destroying healthy trees. The Xylella outbreak has become a test of how European institutions manage agricultural crises, how communities balance economic and cultural heritage, and how quickly science can develop solutions to novel threats against one of the world's most important and ancient crops. Olive oil and health. The health properties of olive oil have been more thoroughly researched than almost any other food. The PRODIMED study, a large Spanish clinical trial published in 2013, and subsequently replicated, found that a Mediterranean diet supplemented with extra virgin olive oil reduced the risk of major cardiovascular events by about 30% compared to a low-fat diet. This finding, and dozens of supporting studies, have established extra virgin olive oil as one of the most health-beneficial fats known. The mechanisms behind olive oil's benefits include its high content of oleocanthal, a polyphenol that has anti-inflammatory properties similar to ibuprofen and may help explain reduced rates of Alzheimer's disease in Mediterranean populations, and its oleic acid content, which reduces LDL oxidation and inflammation. The ancient Greek claim that olive oil was the gift of the goddess Athena to civilization contained, it turns out, more nutritional truth than mythology. The liquid gold of the Mediterranean is genuinely, measurably good for the people who eat it. Chapter 39. Sweet potatoes. The superfood that crossed the Pacific. Here is one of the great unsolved mysteries in food history. How did the sweet potato, a crop native to the Americas, arrive in Polynesia centuries before any Europeans set foot in the Pacific? Sweet potato starch has been found at archaeological sites in the Cook Islands dating to around 1000 CE, 500 years before Columbus. Polynesian peoples had a word for sweet potato, kumara, that is linguistically related to the Quechua word kumara used by indigenous people in the Andes. Someone sailed from South America to Polynesia, or from Polynesia to South America, long before European explorers thought such a voyage was possible. Andean origins and the Pacific mystery. Sweet potatoes, Ipomoa batatas, were domesticated in the Americas, probably in the region of present-day Peru and Ecuador, around 5,000 years ago. They were a staple food in the pre-Columbian Americas, valued for their sweetness, high vitamin content, and ability to grow in marginal soils. The genetic evidence for their American origin is unambiguous. The mystery is how they arrived in Polynesia. The leading theory, supported by genetic, linguistic, and archaeological evidence, is that Polynesian navigators made deliberate contact voyages to South America, returned with sweet potato planting material, which is propagated vegetatively, from cuttings, not seeds, making accidental ocean dispersal less likely, and introduced the crop to the Pacific islands they inhabited. This theory, once dismissed as implausible by historians who underestimated Polynesian navigational capabilities, is now the mainstream view. The Polynesian peoples who navigated the Pacific using stars, waves, currents, and birds were the greatest navigators in human history, and a voyage to South America and back was well within their documented capabilities. The sweet potato in East Asia. The sweet potato arrived in East and Southeast Asia through two routes after the 16th century, directly from the Americas via Spanish and Portuguese trade routes, and indirectly through the Philippines, which the Spanish used as a trading hub connecting the Americas to Asia. In China, the sweet potato was adopted with remarkable speed in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, grown in the hilly, sandy soils of coastal provinces where rice and wheat grew poorly. Like the potato in Europe, the sweet potato in China enabled population growth in previously marginal regions. Historian William McNeill and others have argued that American crops including the sweet potato, maize, and peanut were significant factors in China's dramatic population growth from roughly 200 million in 1700 to 430 million in 1850. These calorie-dense, drought-tolerant crops could be grown on hillsides and marginal land that could not support rice, effectively expanding the cultivable area of China and supporting far more people per unit of land than the traditional crop portfolio. Sweet potatoes remain important in Chinese cuisine, eaten roasted in winter markets and processed into noodles and starch products. Nutritional excellence. The sweet potato's nutritional profile is extraordinary. It is one of the most nutrient-dense foods available, providing substantial amounts of vitamin A, from beta-carotene, which gives orange sweet potatoes their color, vitamin C, potassium, manganese, and fiber in a relatively low-calorie package. The Center for Science in the Public Interest has repeatedly ranked the sweet potato as the most nutritious vegetable in the American diet, and it regularly appears in lists of the world's healthiest foods. In sub-Saharan Africa, the development and distribution of orange-fleshed sweet potato varieties, specifically bred for high beta-carotene content, has been one of the most successful biofortification programs in agricultural history. Vitamin A deficiency is a major public health problem in the region, causing preventable blindness and increased mortality in young children. The Harvest Plus program and partner organizations have distributed improved sweet potato varieties to millions of farming families in Uganda, Mozambique, and other countries, dramatically increasing vitamin A intake through a food that families were already growing and eating. The kumara in Pacific Island culture. In New Zealand, the sweet potato kumara was brought by Polynesian ancestors of the Maori people when they settled the islands around 1250 to 1300 CE. Growing kumara in New Zealand's cooler climate required ingenuity. Maori developed specialized pit storage systems to protect sweet potato tubers through winter and developed cultivation techniques adapted to the local climate. Kumara became not only a staple food but a cultural treasure, associated with ritual, ancestry, and the ancestral voyages that brought Maori to Aotearoa. Today, Kumara remains a beloved food in New Zealand cuisine, increasingly celebrated as part of indigenous food heritage in a country that has worked to acknowledge and integrate Maori cultural values. The sweet potato that arrived in New Zealand from the Pacific, having traveled from South America to Polynesia centuries before any European navigator imagined the Pacific's extent, carries in its very presence on New Zealand soil a reminder of the extraordinary maritime achievement that made its journey possible. Chapter 40. Quinoa. The sacred grain of the Inca and the world's next superfood. In 2013, the United Nations declared the International Year of Quinoa, and the price of quinoa in Bolivia and Peru, where the grain had been a staple food for 5,000 years, tripled. Suddenly, the grain that the Inca called the mother of all grains, that Spanish conquistadors had tried to destroy as a pagan symbol, that had sustained Andean communities for millennia as a nutritious and affordable staple, had become fashionable in the health food stores of London and New York. The quinoa boom raised serious questions about the relationship between global food trends and local food security. Andean origins and sacred status. Quinoa, Chenopodium quinoa, was domesticated in the Andean highlands of Bolivia, Peru, and Chile around 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, at altitudes of 3,000 to 4,000 meters where few other crops could survive the thin air, intense ultraviolet radiation, cold nights, and poor soils. Quinoa's ability to thrive in these extreme conditions, its remarkable nutritional completeness, it contains all essential amino acids, making it one of the few plant foods with complete protein, and its versatility made it central to Inca civilization. The Inca regarded quinoa as sacred. The Sapa Inca would ceremonially plant the first quinoa of the season using a golden digging stick. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they understood quinoa's cultural and nutritional importance to the Inca and systematically attempted to destroy it. Quinoa cultivation was banned, and its cultivation was punishable by death. The conquistadors promoted wheat and barley instead, recognizing that eliminating quinoa would undermine Andean food sovereignty and make indigenous populations more dependent on Spanish-controlled food systems. Survival, recovery, and rediscovery. Despite Spanish suppression, quinoa survived in indigenous communities throughout the Andes, maintained by farmers who continued to cultivate it in remote highland areas beyond effective Spanish control. It persisted as a subsistence crop, consumed primarily by rural indigenous communities, largely invisible to international markets for 4 centuries. Its nutritional value was documented by researchers in the 20th century, but it remained obscure outside Andean communities until the late 1970s and 1980s, when a small group of American researchers and entrepreneurs began promoting it to North American health food markets. The initial growth of quinoa exports in the 1980s and 1990s was gradual. Production was concentrated in the Altiplano, the high plateau of Bolivia and Peru, among smallholder farmers using traditional cultivation methods. The nutritional profile that researchers documented, complete protein, high fiber, gluten-free, rich in minerals, was genuinely remarkable, and quinoa began appearing in the diets of athletes, vegetarians, and health-conscious consumers who valued its exceptional nutritional density. The boom and its consequences. The quinoa boom of the late 2000s and 2010s, driven by celebrity endorsements, health media coverage, and expanding distribution through mainstream supermarkets, sent prices soaring. This was initially celebrated as a development success story. Bolivian and Peruvian quinoa farmers, among the poorest agricultural communities in the Americas, were suddenly receiving dramatically higher prices for their crop and investing in better living standards, education, and infrastructure. But the boom had troubling dimensions. As quinoa became more valuable, conflict over land rights increased in quinoa-producing regions. Some farmers, attracted by export prices, shifted from growing quinoa for household consumption and local sale to growing it exclusively as a cash crop, reducing the dietary diversity of their own families. Land that had been left fallow in traditional rotation systems was brought into continuous quinoa production, degrading soil health. And the high export prices meant that quinoa, previously an affordable staple for poor Andean communities, became too expensive for local consumption, replaced in some areas by cheaper imported foods including white rice and instant noodles. Quinoa's global future. Quinoa cultivation has now spread beyond the Andes to over 100 countries, including the United States, Canada, Europe, China, India, and Kenya. New quinoa growing regions reduce the pressure on the Andean production base and may stabilize prices to levels that are fair to farmers without being prohibitive for local consumers. Breeding programs have developed quinoa varieties adapted to sea-level cultivation, lower altitudes, and different climates, expanding the crop's potential geographic range significantly beyond the highland niche where it originated. Quinoa's remarkable agronomic characteristics, tolerance for altitude, cold, salinity, and poor soils make it potentially valuable for agricultural systems trying to adapt to climate change. FAO has promoted quinoa as a food security crop for regions facing increasing climate stress, and research programs are investigating its potential in arid regions of Africa and Asia where conventional cereal crops are increasingly unreliable. The protein content that makes quinoa so nutritionally distinctive also makes it attractive as a component of plant-based diets in markets where reducing meat consumption is a goal. The sacred grain of the Inca, suppressed by Spanish colonizers, rediscovered by North American health food enthusiasts, and complicated by global commodity dynamics, may yet play an important and lasting role in feeding a more climatically challenged world. Chapter 41. Sorghum. Africa's ancient grain. In the United States, sorghum is a crop that most people have never eaten but that covers more acres than any other crop except corn, wheat, soybeans, and hay. Almost all of it goes to animal feed or ethanol. In large parts of Africa and South Asia, however, sorghum is the grain upon which life depends, grown by smallholder farmers in semi-arid conditions where no other crop would survive, processed into porridges and flatbreads and fermented beverages that have sustained hundreds of millions of people for 5,000 years. The contrast between these two worlds, sorghum as an industrial commodity versus sorghum as a survival crop, illuminates some of the deepest inequities in the global food system. African origins and ancient cultivation. Sorghum bicolor, was domesticated in northeastern Africa, probably in the region of Ethiopia and Sudan, approximately 5,000 years ago. From this origin, it spread across the African continent and eventually to India, where it had arrived by 1500 BCE, making it one of the early crops of the ancient Silk Road's southern connections. Arab traders brought sorghum to the Middle East and southern Europe in the early medieval period, and it reached China by the 10th century CE. Sorghum's ecological advantages over other grains are significant in hot, dry climates. It tolerates drought far better than maize or wheat, requires less water per calorie than rice, and can produce a crop in soils too poor and conditions too harsh for other cereals. These qualities make it invaluable in the Sahel, the semi-arid belt south of the Sahara stretching from Senegal to Ethiopia, where rainfall is scanty and unreliable and where climate change is making conditions increasingly difficult. In the Sahel and in similar semi-arid regions of India, sorghum is not a choice but a necessity. Sorghum in African cuisines. Across sub-Saharan Africa, sorghum is prepared in a remarkable diversity of forms that reflect the culinary creativity of communities that have worked with this grain for millennia. In West Africa, thick sorghum porridge, called to in Mali and Burkina Faso, ugali in East Africa when made with sorghum is the cornerstone of daily meals, eaten with sauces, stews, and vegetables. In Ethiopia, sorghum is fermented to make injera, the spongy flatbread that serves as both plate and utensil in Ethiopian cuisine in regions where teff is less available. In Sudan and Chad, sorghum flour is used to make kisra, a thin flatbread eaten with meat and vegetable stews. Fermented sorghum beer, called pom, dolo, or opaque beer depending on the region, is an ancient tradition across the continent and serves important social, nutritional, and ritual functions. Unlike clear European-style beers, traditional sorghum beers are consumed while still fermenting, containing live cultures and providing nutritional benefits including B vitamins and probiotics. They are often brewed and sold by women, providing an important source of income in communities where women's economic opportunities are otherwise limited. The American sorghum story. Sorghum arrived in the United States via the Atlantic slave trade, brought by enslaved Africans who carried seeds of their ancestral crops. It was grown in the antebellum South primarily as a fodder crop and for sorghum syrup, a sweetener extracted from the stalks of sweet sorghum varieties that was an important source of sugar in rural southern communities before the availability of cheap cane or beet sugar. In the 20th century, plant breeders developed high-yielding hybrid sorghum varieties that transformed the crop into a major commercial grain in the American Great Plains. Kansas and Texas became the centers of American grain sorghum production, and the crop's drought tolerance proved valuable in the semi-arid conditions of those regions. Today, the United States is one of the world's largest sorghum producers and exporters, supplying primarily animal feed markets in Mexico and Africa, a reversal of the historical flow that saw sorghum arrive in America from Africa. Sorghum's future importance. Climate change projections for major sorghum-growing regions in Africa and South Asia generally suggest warmer temperatures and more variable rainfall, conditions that favor sorghum's comparative advantages over other cereals. As wheat, rice, and maize become less reliable in semi-arid regions, sorghum may become increasingly important for food security in the regions most vulnerable to climate stress. This is not a future development but a present reality in parts of the Sahel and Horn of Africa, where sorghum is already the crop of last resort in the worst drought years. Research institutions including ICRISAT have developed improved sorghum varieties with higher yields, better disease resistance, and improved nutritional profiles. Biofortified sorghum varieties with elevated iron and zinc content are being distributed to farming communities where micronutrient deficiency is widespread. Sorghum is also increasingly attractive in Western markets as a gluten-free whole grain with a mild flavor that works well in both savory and sweet applications, a trend that has encouraged new product development and created a premium artisan market segment. The ancient African grain, long undervalued in global food systems, appears genuinely poised for a period of increased significance and wider appreciation. Chapter 42. Fermented fish. The umami ancestor of all flavor. In the ruins of Pompeii, the Roman city buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 CE, archaeologists found dozens of amphorae labeled with the name of a product that was among the most traded and most beloved condiments in the Roman world, garum. Garum was a fermented fish sauce produced by allowing fish to decompose in salt over months in terracotta vessels, extracting the liquid that resulted, and trading it throughout the Roman Empire. It was expensive, widely used, and to modern sensibilities, deeply pungent. It was also, in essence, the same product as the fish sauce sold in Southeast Asian markets today, a 2,000-year-old technology that delivers umami with unmatched efficiency. Garum and the Roman flavor empire. Garum was to Roman cooking what soy sauce is to East Asian cooking, a fundamental flavoring agent used in virtually every dish, not as a condiment applied at the table but as an ingredient incorporated during cooking to provide depth, saltiness, and the savory quality that Japanese food scientists would later name umami. Roman cookbook author Apicius included garum in almost every recipe in his 1st century collection, mixing it with wine, honey, herbs, and spices to create complex sauces for meat, fish, and vegetables. The production and trade of garum was a major industry in the Roman world. Production centers in Spain, North Africa, and along the Adriatic coast produced garum on an industrial scale, shipping it in distinctive ceramic amphorae to markets throughout the empire. The finest garum, Garum sociorum, made from a specific species of mackerel in Cartagena, Spain, was extraordinarily expensive, comparable in price to fine wine. Factory ruins from Roman fish sauce production are still visible at sites along the Spanish and Portuguese coasts, a reminder of how fundamental this pungent condiment was to Roman civilization. Southeast Asian fish sauce traditions. Independently of Roman garum or perhaps through ancient trade connections that remain poorly documented, fermented fish products developed across Southeast Asia into some of the most important flavor foundations in the region's cuisines. Thai nam pla, Vietnamese nuoc cham, Filipino patis, and Indonesian kicap ikan are all variants on the same basic technology, fish and salt, time and fermentation, producing a clear amber liquid of extraordinary flavor intensity. These products are not merely condiments, they are essential ingredients in the flavor architecture of their respective cuisines, providing the salty-savory baseline on which all other flavors are built. The production of fish sauce in Southeast Asia supports entire fishing communities and creates flavor profiles that are specific to local fish species, local water, and local fermentation traditions. The production process can take 6 months to 2 years, during which the fermenting fish transforms from pungent raw material to complex, refined condiment. The smell of fish sauce during production, intense, pungent, at first overwhelming, gives no hint of the refined, balanced condiment that emerges at the end of the process. Korean fermented seafood. Korea has developed one of the world's most diverse fermented seafood traditions, centered on jeotgal, salted fermented seafood that ranges from shrimp and anchovies to oysters, clams, and fish roe. Jeotgal is integral to Korean cuisine not only as a condiment but as an ingredient in kimchi, where salted fermented shrimp or anchovies provide the umami foundation that distinguishes traditionally fermented kimchi from modern versions made without fermented seafood. The diversity of Korean jeotgal, over 100 varieties are documented, reflects both the Korean coastline's extraordinary abundance and a cultural tradition of fermentation that values complexity, depth, and the transformation of humble ingredients into concentrated flavor. Ojinjeojeot, fermented squid, and ganjangajang, raw crab marinated in soy sauce, the latter sometimes called rice thief because its intense umami flavor makes plain rice irresistible, represent the peak of Korean fermented seafood craft. The science of umami and fermented fish. The flavor of fermented fish products is now understood scientifically in terms of umami, the fifth basic taste, identified by Japanese chemist Kikuchi Ikeda in 1908 when he isolated glutamate from kombu seaweed. Glutamate, inosinate, and other nucleotides produced during the fermentation and breakdown of fish proteins are among the most potent umami compounds known. This is why small amounts of fish sauce, garum, or anchovy can transform a dish with almost magical effect. They are delivering concentrated umami that amplifies all other flavors simultaneously. The revival of interest in traditional fermented fish products among chefs in the early 21st century has been remarkable. European and American chefs who would previously have dismissed fish sauce as an exotic Southeast Asian ingredient have discovered that a few drops in a pasta sauce, a stew, or even a salad dressing produces a depth of flavor impossible to achieve otherwise. Colatura di Alici, an Italian anchovy sauce from Satara in the Campania region that is essentially the direct descendant of Roman garum, has become fashionable in fine dining restaurants worldwide. The oldest flavoring technology in the Western world turns out to be one of the most indispensable. Chapter 43. Grapes and Wine Culture. The fruit that created a civilization. The grapevine, Vitis vinifera, produces fruit of such extraordinary flavor complexity that human civilizations have organized entire economies, religions, and cultures around it. From the ancient civilizations of the Fertile Crescent to the contested appellations of modern Burgundy, from the Eucharist of the Catholic Mass to the harvest festivals of rural France, the grape and the wine it produces have been entangled with civilization at its most fundamental level for 8,000 years. Understanding the grape is, in a meaningful sense, understanding the Western world. Domestication and ancient viticulture. The grapevine was domesticated from its wild ancestor Vitis vinifera sylvestris in the South Caucasus region around 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. Wild grapevines produced small, seedy, variably flavored fruit. Domesticated varieties developed larger grapes, higher sugar content, and the hermaphroditic flowers that enable consistent fruit set without cross-pollination. The region between modern-day Georgia, Armenia, Turkey, and Iran is the genetic homeland of the cultivated grapevine, and it is also, not coincidentally, the region where the oldest known winemaking vessels have been found. From the Caucasus, viticulture spread westward and southward with the expansion of trade networks and the movement of peoples. Phoenician traders spread grapevines across the Mediterranean with particular energy, establishing vineyards in North Africa, Spain, and Gaul. Greek colonists carried viticulture to southern Italy and Sicily. Roman agricultural expansion systematized wine production across the entire Mediterranean basin and beyond, establishing vineyards in Britain, the Rhine Valley, and the Danube Plain. Most of the great wine regions of Europe were first established by Roman legions and administrators. Terroir, the wine of place. The concept of terroir, the idea that a wine expresses the specific combination of soil, climate, topography, and human culture of its place of origin, is one of the most sophisticated and contested ideas in food culture. It is also, at least in part, scientifically grounded. Winemakers and researchers have documented real chemical differences in wines from different vineyards in the same appellation, differences attributable to soil mineral composition, drainage, aspect, the direction the vineyard faces, and the specific clones of grape varieties grown. The Cistercian monks of Burgundy spent centuries mapping these differences in exhaustive detail, identifying specific plots, called climats, that consistently produced wines of distinct character. Their classification of Burgundian vineyards into Premier Cru and Grand Cru designations, based on generations of observation and comparison, remains the basis of Burgundy's appellation system today. The UNESCO inscription of Burgundy's climate system as a cultural heritage reflects how thoroughly the concept of specific place has been woven into wine culture. Terroir is not just marketing, it is an accumulated body of agricultural knowledge about the relationship between soil, climate, and flavor. Phylloxera and the near-death of European wine. In the 1860s, a microscopic aphid arrived in France from North America on experimental vine shipments, Dactylosphera vitifolii, or grape phylloxera. The insect attacks grapevine roots, causing galls that eventually kill the vine. European Vitis vinifera vines, which had co-evolved with no such pest, had no resistance. Within 2 decades, phylloxera had destroyed over 2/3 of French vineyards and was spreading rapidly through all of Europe's wine regions, causing economic devastation on a scale comparable to a major war. The solution came from America. American vine species, which had co-evolved with phylloxera and were resistant to it, could be used as rootstocks onto which European grape varieties were grafted. This process, laboriously repeated for every vineyard across Europe, took decades, transformed the economics of viticulture, and changed the genetic base of European wine permanently. Nearly all European wine today is made from vines grafted onto American rootstocks. The phylloxera crisis also eliminated many pre-phylloxera grape varieties that were never replanted, a genetic loss that wine historians continue to mourn. Wine in the 20th and 21st centuries. The 20th century democratized wine in ways that previous centuries had not. Improvements in winemaking technology, temperature-controlled fermentation, stainless steel tanks, sophisticated filtration made it possible to produce clean, consistent wine reliably in regions and conditions that previously produced disappointing results. The spread of winemaking knowledge through enology schools and the global wine press made good technique accessible to producers worldwide, narrowing the gap between tradition-rich European regions and newly established wine regions in South America, South Africa, and Australasia. The 21st century has produced 2 countervailing trends: the globalization of wine style, as international varieties and winemaking techniques spread worldwide, and the resurgence of interest in indigenous varieties, minimal intervention winemaking, and regional distinctiveness. Natural wine made with minimal additions, wild yeast fermentation, and no filtration has attracted passionate advocates and equally passionate critics who question its consistency and sanitary standards. Orange wine, made from white grapes fermented on their skins like red wine, has moved from Georgian tradition to international wine bar staple. Petnat, an ancestral method of sparkling wine, has found a devoted following among younger drinkers. The grape, which gave rise to civilization, is now giving rise to one of food culture's most lively, opinionated, and genuinely exciting debates about tradition, innovation, and what wine can be. Chapter 44. Kimchi. Korea's living national treasure. In South Korea, there are approximately 187 recognized varieties of kimchi. There are Kimchi refrigerators, appliances sold specifically to maintain Kimchi at the precise temperatures optimal for its fermentation. There is a Kimchi museum in Seoul. The South Korean Army includes Kimchi as a standard military ration. When South Korean astronaut Yi So-yeon traveled to the International Space Station in 2008, she brought specially processed Kimchi with her, after a years-long government-funded research program to develop space-safe Kimchi. No other food in the world is embedded in a national identity quite as deeply as Kimchi is embedded in Korean identity. Origins and evolution. Kimchi, fermented vegetables, most commonly napa cabbage, seasoned with garlic, ginger, and the chili paste gochujang, is not a single dish but a category of fermented vegetable preparations that has been central to Korean cuisine for over 1,000 years. The earliest kimchi was simply vegetables preserved in salt brine, without the chili that is now its defining ingredient. Chili peppers arrived in Korea around 1600 CE, introduced by Japanese or Portuguese traders, and were adopted with such enthusiasm that within a generation they had transformed kimchi from a mildly flavored brine pickle into the fiery, complex fermented food that Koreans consider essential to daily life. The word kimchi appears in Korean texts from the 13th century, and the practice of making it in large quantities in late autumn, called kimjang, has been practiced for at least as long. Kimjang is the communal autumn activity in which extended families and communities gather to make enough kimchi to last through the winter months, fermenting hundreds of heads of cabbage together and distributing the finished product. UNESCO inscribed kimjang on its list of intangible cultural heritage in 2013, recognizing it as a living tradition that embodies Korean values of community, sharing, and preparation. The science of kimchi fermentation. Kimchi fermentation is driven primarily by lactic acid bacteria, particularly species of lactobacillus that convert sugars in the vegetables into lactic acid, lowering pH and creating the sour, complex flavor that distinguishes properly fermented kimchi from fresh kimchi made without fermentation time. The fermentation process also produces a range of flavor compounds, esters, alcohols, and organic acids that give mature kimchi its characteristic depth and complexity. Research has documented an extraordinary diversity of microbial communities in kimchi from different regions, different makers, and different stages of fermentation. The specific bacteria present vary with the vegetables used, the water chemistry, the ambient temperature during fermentation, and the microbes present on the hands of the maker, a reminder that fermented foods are biological products shaped by the specific environments in which they are made. Studies have identified over 200 bacterial species in traditional kimchi, making it one of the most microbially complex fermented foods known. Kimchi and Korean cultural identity. Kimchi's role in Korean national identity goes far beyond food. It is a symbol of resilience, the ability to preserve and sustain through harsh winters, and of the specifically Korean aesthetic sensibility that values fermentation, communal labor, and the transformation of humble ingredients through time and skill. The phrase kimchi, sometimes translated as submerged vegetables, captures both the literal process and a cultural metaphor of patient, transformative preservation. Korea's rapid industrialization and urbanization have challenged traditional kimchi culture. Apartment living makes large-scale kimjang difficult, and commercially produced kimchi has displaced home production for many urban families. Yet kimchi consumption has remained high, and there has been a notable cultural reassertion of kimchi heritage among younger Koreans who have grown up with access to a much wider range of foods. Kimchi has also become one of the first Korean foods to achieve genuine international recognition, appearing in restaurants and supermarkets worldwide as interest in Korean culture has grown through music, film, and television. Kimchi goes global. The global spread of kimchi has been one of the more remarkable food culture stories of the early 21st century. The Korean wave, the global popularity of Korean popular culture including K-pop, Korean cinema, and Korean television dramas, has created international curiosity about Korean food that has extended to kimchi. Korean restaurants have proliferated in major cities worldwide, and kimchi has crossed over from Korean restaurants into mainstream Western food culture, appearing as a topping on tacos, a filling in burritos, and an ingredient in fusion dishes that would have seemed improbable 30 years ago. Health food enthusiasts have embraced kimchi as a probiotic food with potential health benefits. The live lactic acid bacteria in fresh kimchi may support gut microbiome diversity, and epidemiological studies have found lower rates of certain cancers in Korean populations that consume kimchi regularly, though causation is difficult to establish from observational data. Whatever its specific health effects, kimchi represents one of the most compelling success stories of a traditional fermented food making the transition from national staple to global ingredient without, crucially, losing the cultural specificity that makes it irreplaceable in Korean cuisine. Chapter 45. Cheese. 10,000 years of cultured milk. The French writer Clifton Fadiman once described cheese as milk's leap toward immortality. The description captures something real. Cheese takes a perishable liquid and, through the application of bacteria, molds, salt, and time, transforms it into something that can last months or years, developing in complexity as it ages in ways that wine lovers find entirely familiar. France alone has over 1,000 named cheese varieties. The sheer diversity of what can be done with fermented milk curd, from the delicate fresh mozzarella of Campania to the aged intensity of a 3-year Comte, represents one of the greatest achievements of human food culture. Ancient origins. The earliest evidence of cheesemaking dates to around 5,500 BCE, found in pottery fragments in Poland that contain milk fat residues consistent with cheese or fermented dairy products. The invention almost certainly predates this archaeological record. The most plausible origin story involves the accidental discovery that milk stored in a container made from a ruminant's stomach, the traditional vessel for liquid storage in early pastoral societies, would curdle and separate into solid curds and liquid whey, because the stomach lining contains rennet, the enzyme that causes milk proteins to coagulate. This accidental discovery was enormously valuable. Fresh milk is perishable and, as discussed in the chapter on dairy, digestible only by those with the lactase persistence mutation. Cheese removes most of the lactose, stores far longer than fresh milk, and can be made by any pastoral people with access to milk-producing animals. Cattle, sheep, goats, camels, yaks, and horses have all been milked by human cultures. The range of animals and environments from which cheese has been made reflects the universality of the technology and the human impulse to preserve and transform food. The diversity of European cheese. European cheese culture represents an extraordinary accumulation of regional knowledge about the relationship between milk quality, bacterial and mold cultures, cheesemaking technique, and aging conditions. The great European cheese families, soft bloomy rind cheeses like Brie and Camembert, washed rind cheeses like Taleggio and Munster, blue-veined cheeses like Roquefort and Gorgonzola, hard, long-aged cheeses like Parmesan and Gruyere, fresh cheeses like ricotta and cottage cheese each represent distinct biological processes producing entirely different flavor and texture profiles from the same basic raw material. The specificity of great cheese, the way that Comte from one valley tastes different from Comte made 3 valleys away, or that a wheel of Parmigiano Reggiano aged 18 months tastes dramatically different from one aged 36 months, is a product of specific microbial ecosystems, specific animal feeding regimens, specific aging environments, and accumulated human expertise that took centuries to develop. The cave systems of Roquefort-sur-Saulzon, with their specific temperature, humidity, and native penicillium mold populations, are as important to Roquefort as the grapes are to Burgundy wine. Cheese and terroir. Like wine, cheese expresses terroir, the taste of place. The milk of cows grazing on specific alpine meadows carries flavor compounds from the specific grasses, flowers, and herbs those animals eat, and those flavors are concentrated and transformed in the cheesemaking process. Summer Alp cheeses, made from milk produced when cattle are on high mountain pastures, are measurably and perceptibly different from winter cheeses made from the same animal's milk when they are in the valley eating hay. This seasonal and locational specificity is protected in Europe by Appellation d'Origine Protégée, AOP, designations that define exactly where and how traditional cheeses must be made. The cheese cave is as important to great cheese as the vineyard is to great wine. The specific temperature, humidity, airflow, and microbial populations of aging environments, whether a limestone cave in the Aveyron, a mountain cellar in the Jura, or a converted railway tunnel in Vermont, shape the development of the cheese over months or years in ways that are difficult to replicate elsewhere. The world's great affineurs, cheese aging specialists, spend their careers learning to read the subtle signals of cheese development and to create the specific conditions that allow each variety to achieve its potential. The industrial cheese system. The industrial cheese system, producing processed cheese, block cheddar, and standardized commodity cheeses in massive facilities, represents a completely different relationship with fermented milk. Processed cheese, invented by James Kraft in 1916 for its long shelf life and heat stability, accounts for a significant proportion of cheese consumption worldwide, particularly in the United States. Its predictability and versatility, it melts consistently, ages indefinitely, and costs a fraction of artisan cheese, have made it invaluable in commercial food service. The coexistence of industrial and artisan cheese production illustrates a tension that runs through the entire food system, the trade-off between efficiency, consistency, and low cost on one hand, and flavor complexity, biodiversity, and cultural specificity on the other. The revival of artisan cheesemaking in the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia over the past 3 decades, producing American originals like Humboldt Fog and Rogue River Blue that rival European classics, suggests that the artisan end of this spectrum has an enduring market among consumers who value the accumulated knowledge and biological diversity that great cheese represents. Chapter 46. Sushi and Raw Fish. Japan's gift to the world's appetite. 50 years ago, sushi was almost entirely unknown outside Japan. Today there are sushi restaurants in Nairobi and Moscow, Lima and Stockholm, and the global sushi industry is worth billions of dollars. No other national cuisine has been adopted so quickly and so broadly by the rest of the world, and no other food has changed the world's relationship to raw fish more profoundly. The story of sushi's global spread is, at once, a story of extraordinary culinary craftsmanship, ruthless globalization, ecological crisis, and the universality of human pleasure. Origins: fermented fish and vinegared rice. The word sushi refers not to raw fish but to vinegared rice. The dish's origins lie in a fermented fish preservation technique, nerazushi, in which fish was salted and packed with rice, which was allowed to ferment. The fermentation preserved the fish. The rice was typically discarded. This technique, which may have originated in Southeast Asia and spread to Japan via China, was practiced in Japan from at least the 8th century CE. Over subsequent centuries, Japanese cooks shortened the fermentation time, began serving the rice along with the fish, and eventually developed quick fermented and then unfermented versions using vinegared rice to supply the sour flavor that fermentation had previously provided. The form of sushi most familiar to global audiences today, nigiri sushi, a small oval of vinegared rice topped with a slice of fresh fish or seafood, was developed in early 19th century Edo, present-day Tokyo, as a fast food sold from street stalls. The city's enormous population of laborious and craftspeople needed quick, portable, affordable meals, and nigiri sushi assembled to order, eaten standing at the stall, fit this need perfectly. Its democratization as street food was the origin of its eventual democratization as a global food. The art of the sushi master. At its highest expression, sushi represents one of the most demanding and refined culinary traditions in the world. A traditional sushi itami, the chef behind the sushi bar, trains for years, sometimes decades, before being considered proficient. The proper preparation of sushi rice, the precise ratio of vinegar, sugar, and salt, the correct temperature, the technique of folding rather than mixing to preserve the rice grain's integrity is considered by practitioners a craft requiring years to master. The selection, preparation, and aging of fish involves knowledge of seasonal availability, freshness assessment, and the specific knife techniques required to produce ideal texture from different species. Jiro Ono, the Tokyo sushi master profiled in the 2011 documentary Jiro Dreams of Sushi, exemplifies this tradition. His tiny 10-seat restaurant, operating in a Tokyo subway station, has held 3 Michelin stars. Jiro worked as a sushi chef for over 7 decades, describing his dedication as a search for perfection that he believes can never be fully achieved, only approached more closely with each passing year. This spirit of continuous refinement, applied to one of the simplest possible forms, a piece of fish on rice, represents a specifically Japanese aesthetic philosophy with few parallels in world cuisine. Global sushi and ecological crisis. The global spread of sushi culture has created enormous demand for specific fish species, particularly bluefin tuna, that has contributed to the catastrophic decline of those populations. Pacific bluefin tuna, prized for the fatty otoro belly meat that is the most coveted component of high-end sushi, has been reduced to a fraction of its historic population by commercial fishing pressure. Atlantic bluefin tuna populations collapsed in the 20th century and remain far below historic levels despite some recovery since the implementation of fishing quotas. The auction prices for the first bluefin tuna of each new year at Tokyo's Toyosu market, sometimes reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars for a single fish, reflect both the cultural significance of tuna in Japanese cuisine and the declining availability that makes each individual fish more valuable. There is a painful irony in this. The very cultural esteem in which bluefin tuna is held has driven the fishing pressure that threatens its existence. The global popularity of sushi has exported this pressure worldwide, creating unsustainable demand for high-quality fish in countries that have no tradition of fisheries management. Sushi's cultural transformation. The sushi that most of the world eats bears a complex relationship to Japanese culinary tradition. Californian rolls, invented in Los Angeles in the 1970s with avocado, crab, and cucumber rolled inside out to hide the nori that American customers found unappealing, represent the adaptation of a Japanese form to non-Japanese ingredients and preferences. The proliferation of conveyor belt kaiten sushi restaurants, supermarket sushi platters, and sushi burritos represents further distance from the precision craft of a Japanese itami. Japanese food culture has responded to this globalization with a complex mixture of pride that Japanese cuisine is admired worldwide, and concern that the form is being misrepresented or degraded. The Japanese government introduced a certification program for Japanese restaurants abroad in 2007, quickly satirized as a sushi police effort, reflecting the genuine tension between cultural pride in Japanese cuisine and the commercial realities of global adaptation. The question of what is authentically sushi and what is merely a sushi-inspired product is not trivial. It touches on questions of cultural ownership, commercial exploitation, and the right of any cuisine to evolve through contact with other cultures. Chapter 47. Insects as Food. The protein of the future that is already the past. Roughly 2 billion people worldwide eat insects regularly. They eat grasshoppers in Mexico, caterpillars in the Democratic Republic of Congo, silkworm pupae in China and Korea, palm weevil grubs in West Africa, and mopane worms in Southern Africa. These are not acts of desperation or novelty, they are traditional foods embedded in culinary cultures with histories measured in thousands of years, providing nutrition and flavor to communities that value them deeply. The insistence of Western consumers that insects are not food tells us less about insect nutrition than it does about the cultural construction of disgust. The long history of entomophagy. Entomophagy, the eating of insects, is documented in almost every human society that has lived in environments where insects were abundant and other protein sources scarce or expensive. Archaeological evidence suggests that insects were an important food source for hunter-gatherer communities worldwide, and the practice persists today in traditional communities across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Australia. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization documented over 1,900 insect species consumed by humans worldwide in a landmark 2013 report that brought entomophagy to mainstream attention in the global food policy community. The nutritional case for eating insects is compelling. Crickets, mealworms, black soldier fly larvae, and other edible insect species contain protein of comparable quality to meat, with significantly less saturated fat, higher levels of beneficial fatty acids, and rich concentrations of iron, zinc, calcium, and B vitamins. They require dramatically less land, water, and feed to produce a kilogram of protein than any conventional livestock, a cricket requires approximately 12 times less feed than a cow to produce equivalent protein, and produce a tiny fraction of the greenhouse gas emissions of beef or pork production. Traditional insect foods around the world. The traditional insect cuisines of the world are as diverse and sophisticated as any other food culture. In Oaxaca, Mexico, chapulines, toasted grasshoppers seasoned with lime, chili, and salt are a beloved snack and ingredient, sold in markets and eaten at restaurants throughout the region. Their earthy, slightly savory flavor has attracted the attention of international food writers, and chapulines have begun appearing in high-end restaurants in Mexico City, New York, and London as chefs rediscover their culinary value. In Thailand, insects are sold in night markets in extraordinary variety: fried crickets, beetles, bamboo worms, silkworm pupae, and waterbugs are eaten as snacks with beer, seasoned with fish sauce and lime, or incorporated into stir-fries. The flavor is genuinely diverse. Different insects have distinctive tastes ranging from buttery to smoky to shrimp-like, and Thai cooks have developed real culinary knowledge about how to prepare and season each species. In sub-Saharan Africa, mopane worms, the caterpillars of the emperor moth, are harvested, dried, and traded across national borders, providing an important protein and income source for rural communities in Botswana, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. The Western disgust response. The Western response to insect eating ranges from mild revulsion to genuine horror, a reaction that food anthropologists and psychologists have studied extensively. The disgust response appears to be culturally learned rather than biologically hardwired. Infants and very young children in Western cultures do not show disgust at insects until they learn to from adults. The categories of food and not food are cultural constructions, and insects fall clearly into the not food category in contemporary Western culture, not because they are nutritionally inferior or unsafe, but because Western food culture evolved in environments where insects were not a significant protein source and never developed the culinary traditions around them that would make them culturally legible as food. The challenge for insect food entrepreneurs in Western markets is not nutritional but psychological: how to overcome a deeply embedded cultural aversion to a product that is objectively nutritious and environmentally beneficial. The most successful approaches have involved processing insects into flour or protein powder, invisible in the final product, or presenting whole insects in forms that emphasize their similarity to familiar foods. The shrimp-like flavor of many insects is not an accident of marketing but a genuine flavor similarity. Insects and the future of protein. The FAO's 2013 report on edible insects sparked a wave of investment in insect farming companies in Europe, North America, and Asia. Companies raising black soldier fly larvae for animal feed, mealworms for human consumption, and crickets for protein powder have attracted significant venture capital investment, and insect protein products have appeared in pet food, fish feed, and human food products across multiple markets. The European Union approved mealworms for human consumption in 2021, followed by locusts, crickets, and housefly larvae in subsequent regulatory decisions. Whether insect protein will achieve mainstream adoption in Western human diets remains uncertain. Progress has been slower than early enthusiasts predicted, as the cultural barriers have proven more resistant than the technology challenges. But in animal feed markets, where cultural disgust is not a factor, insect protein is growing rapidly, replacing the wild-caught fish meal that currently forms the protein base of most aquaculture feed. In this indirect but important role, insect farming may contribute significantly to the sustainability of the food system even if it never achieves the consumer visibility that its advocates dream of. Chapter 48. Canned and Preserved Foods. The technology that changed how humanity eats. In 1795, the French government offered a prize of 12,000 francs to anyone who could develop a reliable method for preserving food for military campaigns. The winner, in 1810, was a Parisian confectioner named Nicolas Appert, who discovered that food sealed in glass jars and heated sufficiently would keep indefinitely without spoiling. He did not know why this worked. The germ theory of disease would not be established for another 50 years, but his empirical discovery launched a technology that transformed warfare, exploration, commerce, and the everyday diet of billions of people. Appert's discovery and the birth of canning. Nicolas Appert's 1810 publication describing his preservation method, sealing food in glass jars, immersing them in boiling water for sufficient time, and keeping them sealed until ready to eat, was translated into English and attracted the immediate attention of the British Navy, which had long struggled with feeding sailors on long voyages. The Admiralty funded the development of tin containers as a more durable alternative to glass jars, and by 1813 the first canned foods were being supplied to the Royal Navy. The military applications were transformative. Napoleon's campaigns had been constrained by the ability to supply food to moving armies. Canned food dramatically extended this range. The British polar expeditions of the 19th century, including the ill-fated Franklin expedition of 1845, which was provisioned with canned food among other supplies, demonstrated both the technology's potential and its limitations. The lead solder used to seal early tin cans may have contributed to lead poisoning among expedition members, an irony given that canning was supposed to ensure food safety. Canning and the industrial food supply. The development of mechanical canning equipment in the late 19th century transformed canning from an artisanal practice into an industrial one, enabling the mass production of canned goods at prices ordinary consumers could afford. The H. J. Heinz Company, founded in Pittsburgh in 1869, built its business on canned and bottled condiments, ketchup, pickles, baked beans, and pioneered the use of industrial production, standardized quality, and consumer branding that characterized the modern food industry. Campbell's Soup Company, founded in 1869, became one of America's most iconic companies partly through its condensed soup cans, immortalized by Andy Warhol's 1962 paintings. Canned food fundamentally changed the relationship between season, geography, and diet. Before canning, a family in a northern city could eat tomatoes only in summer and local fruits only when in season. After canning, tomatoes, peaches, corn, peas, and hundreds of other foods became available year-round. This was a genuine nutritional revolution, enabling diets more varied and nutritionally complete than the heavily preserved, salted, dried, fermented, winter diets of previous centuries. War, exploration, and canned food. The role of canned food in enabling modern warfare and exploration was profound. The American Civil War saw canned food become standard military supply for the Union Army, providing calories and nutrition to troops on campaign. World War I and World War II were fed substantially on canned goods, corned beef, baked beans, tinned salmon, and canned vegetables, and the military demand for canned food drove industrial expansion that continued into the post-war consumer boom. Arctic and Antarctic explorers from Shackleton to Amundsen depended on canned food to survive in environments where no fresh food was available. Space exploration extended this logic further. The early astronaut food programs developed from military and expedition food research, and the technologies of hermetic sealing, minimal water content, and long shelf life that they refined have influenced commercial food preservation ever since. The canning technology that Appert developed in response to Napoleon's military problem eventually put food into orbit. The future of preservation. The late 20th and early 21st centuries have seen canned foods' dominance supplemented and in some categories displaced by refrigeration, freezing, modified atmosphere packaging, and other preservation technologies that better preserve the texture and nutritional content of fresh food. The association of canned food with poverty and low quality, despite the genuine nutritional value of many canned products, including tomatoes, beans, and fatty fish whose nutrients survive heat processing well, has led to declining consumption in wealthy countries even as it remains indispensable in lower-income markets worldwide. The COVID-19 pandemic's disruption of supply chains and food security prompted a reappraisal of canned food among consumers who had dismissed it as inferior and rediscovered its utility during moments of genuine uncertainty. The environmental debate around packaging has complicated matters further. Steel cans are highly recyclable and have a lower carbon footprint than many alternatives when recycling rates are high, but their production is energy-intensive. The competition between canned, frozen, fresh, and processed foods will be shaped by evolving consumer preferences, environmental regulations, and technological innovations that we cannot fully anticipate. What is certain is that the basic insight Appert had in 1810, that hermetically sealed, heated food can be preserved indefinitely, remains as revolutionary in its implications as it was when Napoleon was looking for a way to feed his army across the breadth of a continent. Chapter 49. Plant-based meat. The protein revolution of the 21st century. In 2019, Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat introduced plant-based burgers to fast food chains across the United States, and for a moment it seemed as though the food system might be on the verge of a genuine revolution. Investment poured into alternative protein companies. Journalists wrote breathlessly about the end of conventional meat. Environmentalists declared victory. Then the sales plateaued, skeptics weighed in on the processing and sodium content of the new products, and the revolution began to look more complicated than its early promoters had suggested. The story of plant-based meat is a story of genuine innovation, enormous ambition, and the extraordinary difficulty of changing what people eat. The history of meat alternatives. Plant-based meat alternatives are not a 21st century invention. Vegetarian and vegan communities have been making foods designed to replace meat for well over a century. The Battle Creek Sanitarium in Michigan, run by Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, of Corn Flakes fame, in the late 19th century, developed a range of meat substitute products including a peanut-based product called Nuttose and a wheat gluten preparation called Protose. The Seventh-day Adventist Church, which promoted vegetarianism for religious and health reasons, supported the development and marketing of these products through the early 20th century. Seitan wheat gluten, made by washing starch from wheat dough to leave the protein matrix, has been a staple of Buddhist vegetarian cuisine in East Asia for over 1,000 years, prepared in dozens of ways that exploit its ability to absorb flavors and achieve a satisfying chewy texture. Tempeh, fermented whole soybeans pressed into cakes, was developed in Java and became standard in Indonesian cuisine and, in the 20th century, in Western health food culture. These traditional meat alternatives demonstrated both the possibility of satisfying plant-based protein foods and the difficulty of making them appeal to consumers accustomed to animal protein. The science of the impossible burger. What distinguished the new generation of plant-based meats that emerged in the 2010s from earlier alternatives was a commitment to replicating meat's specific sensory properties rather than creating a nutritionally adequate but obviously different product. Impossible Foods, founded by Stanford biochemistry professor Patrick Brown in 2011, identified heme, the iron-containing molecule in blood and muscle tissue that gives meat its characteristic flavor, as the key to meat's distinctive taste and set about producing a plant-derived version using fermentation technology. The heme molecule Impossible produces comes from the roots of soy plants, produced through precision fermentation, a process in which genetically engineered yeast produces the target molecule at scale. Combined with soy and potato protein, coconut oil, and methyl cellulose to replicate the fat distribution and binding properties of ground beef, the Impossible Burger was engineered to bleed, sizzle, and smell like beef in ways that previous plant-based burgers had not achieved. The product represented a genuine scientific achievement and demonstrated the potential of molecular gastronomy applied to food system transformation. The environmental case. The environmental case for plant-based meat is genuinely compelling. Life cycle analyses consistently show that producing plant-based burgers generates significantly less greenhouse gas emissions, uses less water, and requires less land than conventional beef burgers, though the magnitude of the advantage varies by methodology, geography, and comparison system. Compared to the average American beef burger, a plant-based burger requires roughly 70 to 90% less land and water and produces roughly 80 to 90% fewer greenhouse gas emissions. The challenge is that the environmental benefit depends entirely on consumer substitution. Plant-based burgers only help the environment if they replace conventional meat consumption rather than adding to it. Early research suggested that many plant-based burger purchasers were meat reducers or flexitarians who genuinely were substituting plant-based options for meat. Other research found that the products attracted curiosity purchases from omnivores who were not reducing their overall meat consumption. The degree to which plant-based meat can actually displace conventional meat at scale remains the central unanswered question in alternative protein. Challenges and the future. The plant-based meat industry has faced significant headwinds since its initial boom. Sales growth plateaued in 2021 and declined in some categories in 2022 and 2023, as the novelty wore off and consumers noticed that plant-based burgers were significantly more expensive than conventional meat, often higher in sodium and processed ingredients, and not obviously superior in nutrition to whole food plant protein sources like beans, lentils, and tofu. Beyond Meat's stock price, which had soared to extraordinary heights in 2019, collapsed to a fraction of its peak value as the company struggled with profitability. Cultivated meat, real animal meat grown from cells in bioreactors without slaughtering animals, represents a different approach that may ultimately be more compelling to conventional meat consumers, because it is genuinely meat rather than a plant-based simulation. Singapore approved the first commercial sale of cultivated chicken in 2020, and regulatory approvals in other jurisdictions are advancing. The combination of improved plant-based products, cultivated meat, and precision fermentation-derived proteins suggests that the alternative protein sector is still in its early stages, even if the initial hype exceeded the near-term reality. The revolution in protein is coming, but it will take longer than its most enthusiastic proponents imagined. Chapter 50. Food itself. What we eat and who we are. We have traveled from the wheat fields of ancient Mesopotamia to the laboratory meat of Singapore, from the salt roads of the Sahara to the sushi bars of Manhattan, from the cacao groves of ancient Mexico to the cocoa farms of modern Ghana. 49 foods, 50,000 years of human history, and one conclusion that all these stories share: what we eat is never merely a biological necessity. It is a moral act, a cultural expression, a political choice, and an ecological consequence. Food is the lens through which the entire human story can be read. Food as identity. Every culture defines itself partly through what it eats and what it refuses to eat. The foods we call our own, the dishes our grandmothers made, the flavors we associate with celebration and comfort, the ingredients we seek out when far from home, carry enormous emotional and cultural weight. The cuisine of a people is a record of their environment, their history, their migrations and contacts with other peoples, their agricultural knowledge and technological capabilities. A recipe is a compressed archive of everything a culture has learned about how to transform its natural environment into pleasure and sustenance. This is why food is such a sensitive site of cultural encounter and conflict. When colonizers imposed their food systems on conquered peoples, they were doing more than feeding them differently. They were attacking identity, eroding autonomy, and severing connections to place and history. When immigrant communities maintain their food traditions in new countries, they are doing more than eating familiarly. They are asserting identity, maintaining connection to heritage, and contributing their culinary knowledge to the culture that surrounds them. The global food culture of the 21st century, arguably the most diverse and interesting in human history, is the product of countless such encounters, voluntary and involuntary, over centuries. Food as ethics. The foods in this book have raised moral questions throughout their histories, and the moral questions have not diminished in our own time. The sugar industry was built on slavery, the chocolate industry employs child labor, industrial meat farming causes animal suffering on a scale unprecedented in human history. Our collective food choices are driving species extinction, deforestation, and climate change. Eating is an act with consequences that extend far beyond the individual plate, and those consequences fall disproportionately on the poorest and most vulnerable people and ecosystems. At the same time, the history of food is full of people who used food as an instrument of justice, solidarity, and resistance. Gandhi's Salt March. The civil rights movement's lunch counter sit-ins. Farm worker strikes in California's grape fields. Community gardens in urban food deserts. Fair trade certification schemes. These are not merely symbolic gestures, they reflect a deep human understanding that control over food is control over life, and that the struggle for food justice is inseparable from the struggle for human dignity. Food and the future of the planet. The food system is responsible for roughly 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, uses roughly half of all habitable land on Earth, and is the primary driver of biodiversity loss and freshwater depletion. No serious discussion of climate change, environmental sustainability, or ecological integrity can ignore the food system, and no realistic path to a livable future avoids transforming how humanity produces and consumes food. The transformation required is genuinely difficult. It requires both technological innovation, improved crop varieties, precision fermentation, cultivated meat, regenerative agriculture, and cultural change in food preferences, consumption patterns, and economic systems. It requires addressing the inequities that have characterized the food system since the beginning of commercial agriculture, ensuring that the transition to more sustainable food production does not leave behind the smallholder farmers and subsistence communities who feed much of the developing world. It requires political will to challenge the vested interests that benefit from the current system. None of this is impossible. All of it is urgent. The table we share. The 50 foods in this book were chosen because each changed the world in some significant way. But they share something beyond their historical impact. Each one represents a human achievement, the patient work of thousands of generations of farmers, cooks, traders, scientists, and ordinary eaters who took something from the natural world and transformed it into something that nourishes, connects, and sometimes transcends. The wheat that built Mesopotamian cities, the spices that launched the age of exploration, the potato that fed Europe, the chocolate that sweetened and shadowed the modern world, these are the products of human ingenuity, desire, and necessity working across millennia. The table we share is the most fundamental image of civilization, the gathering of people around food, the acknowledgement that eating is a communal act, the recognition that in providing and sharing food we express our care for one another. Whatever challenges the food system faces in the coming century, and they are formidable, they will be met around that table, by people who understand that what they eat matters, and who care enough about the world and each other to do something about it. The history of food is not finished. The most important chapters may be the ones we are writing now. The complete book is available in our store, link in the description below. Subscribe for more history, and we'll see you in the next one.